was a virtual online platform. And that's where 30 years later, 32 years later, this is where I am now.
Well, you had some incredible experiences with a lot of pros. And so tell me what that's been like for you. I mean,
It's
how are they different than you and I? I mean, you're a pro. I'm a pro in different ways, but pro
it's
athletes.
a commitment to being the highest self is what it is. So let's go NFL athletes. Like you've got all of the pee-wee kids playing football, having an awesome time. When you get to that professional level, you're just a fraction of a second faster. You're a fraction of a not less injured. You're a fraction of a more focused. Having the ability to say no to distractions. And I've got one of my good friends now who was a client. Guy still holds the record in Tampa Bay as the most points scored. And for the longest time, he would say, I sacrificed to get where I am. And I'm like, bro, that's how I communicate to him. I'm like, it wasn't a sacrifice because think of how many people dream to be in your situation. What was lacking was the investment. You invested in your nutrition, you invested in your sleep, you invested in your hydration. So what I see with the high level performers, again, a CEO of a organization, high performance athlete, is they're truly focused on that vision. They understand and they're very clear on what it is that they want, and anything that's not aligned with that, no, 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 yes.
So they've got blinders on to all the distractions. They're just simply focused on their highest priorities.
Yeah, and it's I can look at it and say it's a distraction, but so many times when it's presented to us, it's presented as temptation. So I'll call it that. And what the temptation does is like, well, this is good. It's not that it's bad, but what it does is it takes me off of my path. So, and when it takes you off of your path, then that individual, he wouldn't have made an impact to the community like he did to his children. So this individual, for instance, does amazing things, and he's got a for-profit organization, he's got a non-for-profit organization, and he impacts so many families on a yearly basis. And you look at that over the last 20 years of his profession. If he would have fallen into any of those temptations that would have derailed him, he wouldn't have the impact on this planet that he currently does, and his children and the legacy that that creates. So that's one of the things that I now recognize. It seems like it's good, but that temptation keeps me from my highest optimal self, so I can create that legacy impact on whatever my calling is.
Yeah, because I'm reflecting as you're speaking and I'm looking at people like Tony Robbins and any of the great speakers, they have fitness programs. That's a very much integrated part of their becoming professional and becoming sharp at their game. So whether it's a CEO or whether you're a teacher or even a mom, right? We forget and put ourselves aside, and to everything else is more important, right? But I think the whole message of the work I do is like people have to remember to put themselves first. And
Yeah,
it's hard for people.
you're not first. That's actually selfish.
Selfish. I
I
love it.
use an analogy like I'm blessed. I would say God's hand is on me. I'll openly give full claim to that. I live in a beautiful property. I have an apple and pear orchard in my backyard. I can peek out the window and there's two beautiful apple trees in my yard. So if that apple tree is not taken care of, it doesn't yield fruit. So that's who we be. If we want to provide for others, if we want to be that fruit for others, and we don't take care of ourselves, my hydration, my energy, my mental state, my physical state, oh, I'm low in energy, I'm sick. That's selfish because now I'm not showing up like the apple tree to provide that fruit towards others. So that's an analogy I like to use because a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, I take care of the apple tree. I add the soil, make sure it's got sunlight, make sure it's got plenty of water, and we yield the fruit from it. Okay, cool. We are no different. So by
So do you
taking
think
care of us, we provide at a higher level.
So do you think it's like a lazy mind or the lack of discipline? Where does it start? Because I've always been active. I sort of had that ingrained from a small girl. At 5 years old, my mom would put me on the bus, my aunt would meet me downtown, and I'd have a full day of tap and ballet and gym and swimming, and I was a tired little girl. I had that, ingrained in me to regular exercise. It was just part. There's many people that never had that opportunity. So what happens? Is there a turning point? Is there something that happens to us? What have you experienced with people maybe that didn't have that
I
encouragement?
see standards is what it is. So you're a doctor. You have much higher standards than most of the rest of the world. You don't get a doctorates because you're lazy. So that's your inert being is like, I'm the high performer. And our standards are based around the individuals that we surround ourselves. So I commend everybody that's on the Zoom right now.
Yeah.
You've got high
Thank you,
standards.
everybody.
Like, holy shit, you're showing up. There's a bunch of other things that you could be doing right now, like picking your nose or the flint out of your belly button, but you're like, no. I'm expecting to get a return on my investment with showing up to the Zoom. So that's a higher level of standards. And when we surround ourselves with individuals, that sets the bar of my standards on my physical self. If you're around individuals that are constantly hiking, constantly biking, snowboarding, whatever the case may be, it's like, well, that's just what you do. Constantly playing golf, I play golf, play tennis, I play whatever it is. I sit down and I play video games and I pick my nose. Then that's what they do. That the individuals create the standards. So that's what I would say is where some of us are in lack and others are not. It's like who you're surrounding yourself with.
Yeah. So it's a scarcity mindset for self. And it's like you don't feel worthy enough to exercise or to go play pickleball or play, go swimming. And you might be in a cold climate. Listen, I grew up in that. So don't give me that excuse. It's too cold outside. I know I used to have to walk to school for 6 blocks as a elementary school kid,
Yeah, so
There's no excuse.
I see the standard side and I see an identity side as well. Because you'll have some identity associations as like you're vain. And I don't want to be vain if I do that. You're selfish, and I don't want to be selfish.
Mhm.
So there's a negative association, identity association for individuals that invest into themselves, and I don't want to be a negative person, so I don't go there. So it's and the standards set by the people we surround ourselves with are tied into that identity. So that's where I'd be uber cautious on if you're looking to increase yourself to impact others. Who do I hang out with? And it'll be a combination of that, the standard and the identity that's attached to it.
Yeah. What have you found in working with, let's call it middle-aged individuals? Do you find that family and their career has kept them so busy? Let's say they get to a point where, oh, I don't even know where to start. I just feel fat. I feel, undesirable. I don't want sex anymore with my husband if you're married, or even if you're not. How do you work with people where they're stuck in that place?
That's common. Number one. Number one, I want to tell if somebody's hearing that's like shit, that's me. You're not alone. It's uber common. You're not alone, and there's a way out of it. So what I like to do is identify. I'm in the shit. Got it. How long do you want to sit in your shit? Do you want to be there for 5 minutes, or do you want to be there for 15 years? So you have that clarity, like, oh, junk, and then identify. Well, if you had the magic wand, if you had the extra $20 million, if you had the presto, how would you live? What would you create? What would you step into? So being uber clear on the direction, on that vision, on the path. Because many times having a consultation, I don't know what I want. I know I'm not happy here. I don't know what I want. There's 1,000 roads that lead to I don't know. So what we got to do is we got to be super clear on that individual. I'm old enough to where I know what taxi cabs are. Now I'm like my son, he's like, what's a taxi? You mean Uber? So let's say we're at the food court and we're like, oh man, it's Black Friday and it's crazy. And when I was younger, I loved the crowds. Now that I'm like, I don't like the crowds.
Not
So,
so much. Yeah.
and it's like, let's get in a cab. Where do you want to go? I don't know. I just don't want to be here. So they drive for a while. They drop us off. Okay, we're there. And then we hop back and shit, I'm back at that food court again because I wasn't clear on my destination.
Right.
So when somebody's in the gunk, acknowledge that you're in the gunk, identify how long you want to sit in the gunk, and then be uber clear, where do you want to go?
Yeah,
Even
and
if it's just one step away, just be
right.
Uber here where you want to go.
And it might be today you have the realization, holy shit, you're working on your PhD or you've got this super achieving job and your family and you're trying to squeeze in a 10-minute walk. I mean, that it might be, okay, tomorrow I'm starting with my walk. If you're like me, you'll get sick. You will crash and burn. And that's what I talk about, burnout, right? And I'm sure, Estevan, that you come across a lot of professionals that are in their burnout stage. They don't
Right.
have the energy to exercise. And what do you say to that?
Yeah, we have the energy to do something, and so there's pain and there's pleasure. I love to agitate the crap out of pain. So, and I'll use, if I could, I'll use my example. So when I owned a chain of fitness gyms, I got into hustle, 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 hustle. Got to work. Woke up 3:30 in the morning. Would get home at 11 o'clock at night. I'm like, oh, I don't need sleep. Bull crap.
Yeah, because you're a warrior, right?
Got to do it. Got to do it. Wasn't focusing on relationship. So what it created was an extra 40 pounds. I purposely wear no sleeves now, and I'll purposely lift up
Looks
my
good.
sleeves. Look what a 50-year-old can do. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Um, because
Calm down, everybody. That I don't
it's a
see all the
reminder
cameras
to
on.
me of, number one, what's possible and what was. So I was 40 pounds pregnant, huge bags under my eyes, extremely exhausted, got divorced, shut down my gyms. Stepdaughter to this day still doesn't talk to me. So I created that much damage in the relationship. Um, and it's the, whoa, if we, so I like to do the scare tactic. Had I known that at the time, like, bro, this is right around the corner, it would have been the fear would have been so great, the fear of that potential pain, that it would be like, let me go this way. So if I agitate the pain with somebody, like, you keep on this direction, what do you think's going to happen?
You'll
It's not
get sick.
neutral. There is no neutral. And then we go back to the vision of the here's what's possible. So let's take one step towards what's possible.
Right.
High five, you got there. Cool. Now can we do a step and a half? Okay. And I get it. You're in fear. Do it in fear.
Yeah. You're going to survive. Yeah.
And from my experience, I needed that support. I
Yeah.
need that coach. I need that mentor. I need that support tribe, because alone was, it's fight, flight, freeze. It's survival mechanism that kicks in. Those hormones will kick in. I was a freeze. I grew up as a cage fighter, and I can fight. But then when the monster was so big that I felt that I couldn't fight, I just, and that sure as heck didn't work for a relationship with spouse, children, or business.
Right.
Now, with a
Everything
mentor,
crumbles.
it's like, hey man, you're safe. You're safe. Let's go.
Right. Yeah. So what decision are you happiest with in all the 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 endeavors that you've taken on when you've trusted your intuition? How has that
I'm
served
going to give
you?
you two. One is
Okay,
reason.
I'll take two.
Once reason.
One for each hand.
Actually, I'll say the easy one. My wife. So I got remarried. If anybody ever follows me on social media, I'm massively in love with my wife, and I don't hide it. And that's one of the things that I learned from the way I showed up before, non-present, to like, no, 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 no. I get to express how I genuinely feel. Oh, but she knows,
And she's lovely.
and she
She's
can
really
hear it
lovely.
1,000 times a day, and she
Yeah.
can publicly see it. So following the intuition of this is the one for me, and stepping into it. That was one. Two, beginning of November this past year, spoke with my father. Actually, it was end of October. Spoke with my father. He's like, I fell down. I got injured. Lives 4 hours away from me. And we'd go spouts of not talking to each other for weeks at a time. Nothing negative. That's a relationship. Um, call him up the following day. Didn't hear from him. Again, no big deal, because that's normal. Following day, and I'm like, that gut thing. So I will say, God brings the Holy Spirit to,
Yeah,
whether I'm
those little
reading or not,
whispers. Yep.
was a thing. And it's like, something just doesn't feel right. And I've gone through a lot of something doesn't feel right and haven't done jack shit. In this moment, I talked to my wife, and I'm like, I'll go this weekend and I'll go visit him, see how he's doing, which again was not normal. And I woke up that morning, 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I'm like, I'm canceling all my appointments. I'm going to go drive again 4 hours. Found him face down in his house. He had broken his hip out in his field. He lives in 11 acres. He crawled into the house.
Oh my
Door
gosh.
shut. He collapsed. He was there for over 3 days. Had I waited another 6 to 10 hours, he wouldn't be with us today. So now he's behind that wall in another room. I'm taking care of him now.
Beautiful.
So I'm like, my lesson with that is be obedient. When you hear that Holy Spirit or whatever you want to call the voice,
Right.
be freaking obedient.
Right. Listen, follow it, take
So,
action.
so my two big ones when you ask that is obviously my wife. I love my wife too.
Mhm.
I build my professional life around our relationship. Where before, previous marriage, dumbass moment, guys, wake up.
Yeah.
Dumbass moment of, if you conveniently fit into my business, maybe I'll talk to you or spend time with you. And I was like, no, no, no. My relationship with my family is core and everything. I'm not going to say that it's first because a lot of people are like, oh, it's first. It's core and everything is built around that. So without a doubt, my relationship with my wife and then being obedient to what I heard with my dad, those completely stand out.
And so you've been a fitness, what do you call it? A lot of shops, stores, what do you call them?
Gyms,
Yeah,
studios,
Jim, you had many of them, right? And
I had.
how did you get to working with women to turn on their inner sexy?
So in the big box gym, I went from, I was a guy that trained all the professional athletes
Okay.
to one of the things that I noticed that was a common thread in it because I was a big box gym guy and then I designed studios. 80% of our clientele were women. You know, and my stereotype at first was like guys are the ones that want to be fit because I'm a guy, so I can only think my way. But then I
Right.
look at statistics and I'm like, oh, the women are much wiser than the men. They,
Sorry,
that's,
guys, the guys that are listening here.
yeah, and what's passionate for me, I look back at my mom, and I'm like, holy shit, I wish she would have had a mentor, a coach, a guide, because she did a lot. You know, I grew up like again, I got my dad right there, but grew up single mom. They had separated when we were very young, and she busted her butt raising three boys. And I'm like, you know what? I'd love to take back time and have somebody there for my mom. So now I'm committed. I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy to be like, I got your back. I got you. And I know that when you're physically stronger, you're emotionally and mentally stronger, and
Right.
you can you can withstand all of the waves that come our way. And every day there's
Absolutely.
going to be trials and tribulations every day. You can guarantee that if you're breathing, there's going to be a challenge coming your way. So I'm committed to be that pillar.
Well, you're doing an incredible job. Tell me how you're working with women now. What is it that you're doing?
So we do virtually, so it's uber convenient. When we have a brick and mortar, it's typically people drive within a 15-minute radius. Now we've got individuals from 10 different countries. Super awesome. Again, that's the blessing that's come out of the COVID era. Um, and we do challenges to get people to believe in themselves. So we'll do set 5 days and 21-day challenges, and it's like, oh wow, we've got Melissa on here who
Yeah,
dropped 7 pounds on her first week, and then we had her do a 3-day reset challenge, and she dropped extra inches around her waist.
love
So
it.
that increases the belief of somebody, and then it's like, oh, it's possible. It's possible. I know there's a way. I may not know what that is. So once we increase the faith and the belief, then we invest into a 12-month program that has all of the tools and resources. Let me put it that way: from the fitness to the nutrition to the mentoring to the small group support, because we all go through shit, and
Oh, yeah.
we need to voice it out, and we need somebody that believes in us instead of
Like,
the naysayers. We have ants, automatic negative thoughts that pop into our head. So there's a 12-month support trial. Melissa, we got her butt and abs tight like that. But now it's building those neural patterns and the habits, the tribe, the environment that triggers automatic responses and behaviors. That takes 10 months, 11 months, 12 months
yeah,
to build in.
yeah.
That's my Cliff Note version of what we do.
I think it's fantastic.
Thanks
Yeah.
for allowing the infomercial. Appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. If anybody remembers infomercials. We're on the topic of intuition. I know there's been times where I didn't listen to my intuition that I should go exercise and work out, and
Yeah.
instead grabbed some cookies that were calling my name. And so I regret those moments because it takes longer to burn those calories and get myself back into where I was than when, and I, have another answer for that. A lot of that is stuck energy, and we're the influence of outside energies that can take us off and derail us. So I love what you're doing, because I think we need help. We need that encouragement. We need to try something different and mix it up a little bit. And I know I get stuck in my rote system, and it's just easy. And then what happens is it tapers off if you don't have a mentor.
Without a doubt. Without that's if I were to go back in time, I'd say get a mentor, get a coach, and always level up. And do not live. I genuinely believe that if we live life without a coach, we're living a risky, dangerous life. If you look back 100, 200 years ago, our coaches and mentors were a family. We had we had father and mother. We
And
had
uncles and
aunts,
aunties.
cousins. So it's and if we stepped out of line, there was that smack in the mouth. If
Yeah,
anybody's my age or older, it's like that's what it was. Why? Because this pain is less than the pain that's going to happen if you continue on that path. So in this day and age, we typically don't have that for the most part. So we get to seek that out. Who's my mentor? Who's my coach?
yeah,
And then it'll be a season in your life, and then you shift, and if they're not growing with you or you've outgrown them, find another mentor and another coach. I have
exactly.
multiple coaches now. So I genuinely, in my gut, I believe if you do not have a coach, you're living a dangerous life. Finance coach, spiritual coach, fitness, nutrition, relationship, whatever season that you're like, I'm leveling up, get a coach.
Yeah, yeah. So what is the one thing that you think about intuition that you wish you would have known earlier?
I be obedient. So in what stands out to me, I was sharing on my pseudo worst moment in life. Um, I had a leader, a manager of multiple locations that my gut was like, he's not the right fit. He's not the right fit. He's not the right. I love the person. I thought he was a good person, but after we did audits, cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm like, outside of the loss of the finances, how many lives could we not impact because of those
Hmm.
resources? So I was trying to be nice versus kind. By we're kind, it's like we get to identify a different organization or a different position for you because this is not the right fit.
Right. And or authentic, because you weren't being, true to yourself or to
At
him.
all, at all, at all. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, and
Right.
I ended up hurting a ton of people's feelings.
Right. Wow, that's powerful. So I know you brought a special gift for us, Esteban. And
I
so
did.
I'd like to invite you to share that with us.
All right, so you get to increase your belief. So what we're doing is we're doing a 21-day challenge. We're going to launch that at the beginning of the month, beginning of February, and it'll include on top of the 21 days. I'll be doing a guidance daily nutrition. The nutrition is second to none, and I'll stake my entire reputation on that. I have
Hmm.
individuals like Esteban, I can't eat all this food, and they still drop 7.5 inches around their belly. Um, there's a fitness guidance, and I like doing a vision and roadmap private call. So the vision and roadmap again is we hop in a taxi. Where are you going? Why is it important to you? Let's design. If we're gonna do a 5-bedroom house or a 2-bedroom house, there's a blueprint that gets built out with that. So that's that call, and then we do a finish line call. What worked? What didn't work? What do we get to celebrate? Now, what are the following steps? Now that you have this beautiful house, how do you maintain the garden? How do you maintain the house? So we do that finish line call. So all of that is a gift.
Wow, that's incredible. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm getting ready to sign up. So go ahead and everybody click that link. I've
Let's
got,
go.
yeah, let's go. Esteban, you're so full of vim and vigor and encouragement and wisdom. I love your energy.
I
Thank you
am
so
committed
much.
to being the fittest 50-year-old in the nation. No ifs, ands, or buts. So
Yeah. So
it's
who else
energy.
here is committed to being your fittest, whatever age you are? I am. Great. Hey, welcome everybody. I'm so delighted. So Esteban, any last wise words to share with our audience?
Following the theme that you've got in the summit, be obedient, be obedient, be obedient, be obedient. It's listen to that voice, feel your gut, listen to your gut. You're going to be scared. Do it anyway.
I love that. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being here. You're amazing. You rock, and you got abs of steel.
Oh, one more time. Here we go. Boom. I couldn't do that 15 years ago. So
Yeah.
now it's like, here we go.
Yeah. That's so great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. That was incredible. Oh my, I've got to sort of regroup here. So I'm going to ask my team to unpin Esteban here. And as we get going, now we're jazzed. We're ready to rock and roll into taking some big steps and pivoting a little bit. I'm going to invite you to welcome with me as I introduce our next speaker, Elaine Starling. And she's an incredible woman. Elaine is known as the Abundance Ambassador. She's an internationally acclaimed speaker, TEDx presenter, host of the Abundance Journey podcast and video show, and she's an international best-selling author. With her spiritual awakening, Elaine empowers individuals seeking enlightenment to establish a profound connection with the divine, facilitating manifesting of financial abundance. Through her transformative Activate Abundance process and the Active Abundance Journey Map, blending proven business strategies with personal development and spiritual insights, Elaine guides fellow seekers to unlock limitless abundance and manifest their dreams. And so I'd like to welcome Elaine Starling. Where's Elaine?
I'm right here.
Well, we've got a little glitch, it looks like. Yeah, so here we are. Yes, you are here, but I don't see you on my screen. And so I'm not sure why the pins aren't working here.
So maybe you have to change your view to speaker.
Oh, well, I am on speaker. That's my issue.
Yes, I am too.
And guys, I gotta thank you, team, and thank you, people, for everybody that joined us yesterday. We've had some challenges with Zoom, and that stresses me out because I'm a Cancerian, and I like to have all my guests get everything they need and everything to be laid out and organized and everything running smooth. But with our technology, it doesn't always go like that, and especially with the intense vibration of everybody's energy that's coming here for the abundance and inspiration and the eagerness and excitement. And I'm not sure what's going on here. Let me see if I can assist. I'm going to give Elaine a pin. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
I've pinned you on my side.
Okay, great.
Welcome. I'm sorry for the glitch.
Thank you.
You're
No worries.
beautiful and radiant, as I recall. We've known each
Thank
other
you.
from other engagements, and I want to
Yes.
welcome you.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here because this is such an important topic. And so many people really struggle with intuition and understanding their intuition and the power of their intuition. And I just want to tell you, I was really blessed on New Year's Day 2005 to have a stroke, because during my stroke, I had a conversation with our higher power, and I got a complete download about how everything works and why we're alive, what we can do to live our best lives, and what happens next after this life. It's a graduation, it's not an ending, so don't worry about it. They really want you to focus on the here and now and what's happening in your current moment. And as a result of that experience, I became much more aware of my intuition and much more receptive to divine guidance. And I got a message just a couple of months ago that I want to share with you because it's so powerful. And I think it's really important for people to understand this and own it. A couple of months ago, I was in the kitchen, I was washing dishes, and I was just kind of musing over, why is it that sometimes it just takes us a long time to create what we're trying to create in our lives? And I felt and heard this really loud voice in my body. And it said, when you deny your power is denied to you.
Wow.
When you acknowledge your power is shown to you. You are more powerful than you can imagine. And I was just like, what the heck just happened? That was freaking amazing. But it forced me to step back and look at the times that I did deny my power. And that shifted everything.
Wow. I thought, wow, I'm almost verklempt here. I'm not sure what to say and respond. I can feel that and remember that and have had moments of that myself, not in those words, obviously, but really feeling the divine connection.
Yeah.
And really, I use words slightly different, but it's like the spirit and the body coming together. It's like that union triggers that power and that knowingness, that authentic being and expression of yourself, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of funny because I hadn't realized that intuition played such a role in my life. But one of my earliest memories, I just got this intuitive hit. I knew that I wanted to spend my life with someone from like age 4. I knew I wanted to have a partner in my life. And I just got this intuitive hit that I should speak to this person. And so I would lie in bed, and 3 or 4 times a year, I would just think to this guy, you know, I don't know how old you are. I don't know what your name is. I don't know where you live, but I hope you're having a great life. And I hope you like school because I like it too. And I hope you're getting along with your siblings. And I hope you get everything you want for your birthday. And I hope you get some great holiday presents. And I can't wait to meet you when I'm 18. And I just kept sending this love and these blessings. It was not, I can't wait to meet this really rich guy who's going to give me all kinds. No, it was, I'm sending love and blessings. And I can't wait to meet you when I'm 18. I met him when I was 18. I married him when I was 26. We've been together for 44 years.
Oh my
And we're
gosh.
more in love every day.
That is so incredible. I love that story. So from a very early age, I think all of us get these and have these connections, our secret friends that we talk to, or your direct link to your higher self. And yeah, wow, that's incredible. And so if we could just do that with everything.
I know.
What's the formula, Elaine?
I
Is
know.
that it? Is
Well,
that
you know, it's really interesting because one of the key messages that I got is absolutely everything is designed to be a blessing for you. Everything. And I want to share a quick story with you
including
because
strokes and
everything. Yeah, everything. I mean, from our perspective, you know, we always think, well, it's the buddies and the butterflies, and that's, you know, that's beautiful. But from the divine perspective, everything is a blessing for you because they have a much bigger picture of what's happening and your spiritual growth. And it was interesting. Earlier last year, I was driving my husband's truck. I was in a parking lot and trying to back out of a parking space. And it's a large truck, and I'm always a little uncomfortable. Spatial awareness is not my natural thing. And so I'm very cautiously backing out of the space. And out of the corner of my eye, I see somebody driving really fast through the parking lot. And I'm thinking, wow, that is not safe. And all of a sudden, I heard somebody honk. And I thought they were honking at me. And it was like a trigger. It just, oh my gosh. I went from happy to pissed off like you would not believe, just in an instant. And I was making up all these stories. I did not look to see if it was behind me and who they were or any of that. I just went off in my mind of what a jerk and how outrageous and that's not safe and blah, 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 and I got this little ping from the divine going, wait a minute. Everything is designed to be a blessing for you. And I was so caught up in my rage. I'm like, but that's a jerk. And no. It's designed to be a blessing for you. What is a story that would illustrate that this is actually a blessing? Because you're making up a story that is not a blessing. It's up to you to make up a story that it is a blessing. And I really had to think about it. But I realized, well, maybe I was about to hit something. And somebody honked at me because they didn't have time to put their car in park and jump out and run around and knock on my window, and they saved me from a terrible accident. Or maybe it was you got this. because I did crank really hard on the wheel and I was able to get out of the parking space. It didn't look to me like I had enough room, but maybe somebody else realized, no, you got this. You're good. It's okay. Go ahead. And so they were encouraging me. And all of a sudden, I had this realization. I'm the one who lets the blessings in or shuts them down. I'm the only one who allows me to receive the blessings. I have to be willing to receive them, and I have to view everything as a blessing. That's my homework.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Wow. And we talked on this a little bit yesterday. So for anybody that hasn't had the opportunity, we talked about receiving. And I think that is one of the key components that I know I spend a lot of time with my clients, because we all say we want more abundance, we want more success, we want, but we've got the door closed to receiving, and or we've got this prescription of how it's going to look. We want to control the output of the delivery. And so can you speak on that? What we think or how our perceptions actually shape that?
Absolutely, because we do have these perceptions of how things should be. And we have this desire to feel right, because there is so much chaos in life. If you feel like you've got a handle on what works and what the steps are and the logic, the rationale, it calms the mind and it makes the mind really, really happy. And yet, that's not who you truly are. The only constant in life is change. And so your ability to welcome whatever's coming with grace and ease and just roll with it. There's a wonderful improv technique called yes and. And it's really important to add the yes, thank you, and. Because everything that you're receiving is designed to be a gift for you. It's up to you to figure out, how is that a gift for you? It's every single moment is an opportunity for you to either demonstrate mastery or acquire mastery. Those are the only two things happening.
Yeah, in my own near-death experience, one of the messages that I got is that your energy, and as a creator, you're here as a human experience, as a spirit, to create. So if everything is in the moment creating an output, then we get to choose, and that it's that frequency that we deliver what we desire. And a lot of times people say, well, I don't want that. How come I'm creating that? Well, they're not able to get still. And that's where I think you do most of your work, is helping people step into, more of who they are in order to receive.
Absolutely, because you are the divine incarnate. You truly are. And so often we think we're just humans, just having this human experience.
Oh, I know I'm a
And
dumbass human sometimes.
well, it's certainly an option, but I have learned the value of the pause. And what I mean by that is, you are a human being, so naturally you tend to respond in a human way. And the challenge with being in that human state is we tend to get emotional about it. It's a right, it's a wrong. I'm right, you're wrong, usually, and I should convince you that I'm right. Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Usually
And
the other person's wrong. There's
right.
no...
Sadly, that's kind of the human condition. And then you react.
Yeah.
It's this kind of knee-jerk reaction with an emotional overlay. And the power of the pause is I can step back into my higher self. My human self is still there, but I'm more aware of my higher self, which is where I just observe what is happening. It's just the situation. It doesn't need a label. It's not a good, bad, right, wrong. It's just is. And then I can respond with supportive love and grateful compassion.
Yeah. I use the word neutrality. When we can be in that place of neutrality, it's kind of it's not really a buffer, but it's sort of a redirect, or like a reset energy, doesn't it? And
Yeah.
it invites other possibilities and stepping
Yes.
into things that perhaps we didn't consider, and then can
It
invite.
opens you.
and receive.
Yes, it opens you. So you're much
Yeah,
more aware of the options, the alternatives, and that makes all the difference. It
right.
really
I like to
does.
call those everyday miracles.
Yeah.
Right? We can have those experiences, and we're not going down to the too woo-woo, but that's where the magic of being in that flow is being able to pause,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, it was really interesting because I get a lot of messages from the divine, and they were telling me there's three things we want you to do. The first thing is be the love that is needed here right now. Be love for yourself and love for others in this moment. The second thing is notice the love that is already present for you. And it's not obvious, it's a scavenger hunt. This is like getting somebody honking at me. And I had to really dig deep and go, wait a minute, I'm letting the blessing in or I'm not. That's on me. I'm more powerful than I realized. So love is present. Are you aware of the love that is present for you? The third thing is come together with others, like our conversation that we're having right now, because every time we do, we collaborate to create even more love.
And
And
a
the thing
greater
that's,
vibration,
yes,
inspiration,
yeah.
abundance.
The thing that's so fascinating, being in human form, this is the cutting edge of the divine. This is how the divine expands. From the way it was explained to me, it's kind of like everything is already love. So if everything is already love, how do you expand love? Well, you create human beings who don't think everything is love. We experience what is wanted and what is not wanted and get the contrast, the friction that forces us to step into more love. And that expands the divine.
Yeah. I talk about frequency, so it's the same thing. We're just using
Yes.
different words. So what's the decision that you're the happiest about on your
Oh,
path where you trusted your intuition?
it's really owning this incredible experience that I had with the divine. Before I had my stroke, I didn't woo, let alone woo woo. And so when I came out of the stroke, and it was an absolute miracle because I had zero damage at all, I didn't tell anybody about this incredible experience for 3 years. I didn't talk about it. And I resisted big time
Yeah.
explaining everything and how it all works. And when I finally embraced it, and I finally was willing to share my experience and share with people how they can have this incredible life that they love every minute of every day, everything opened up for me. Everything. When I
When was
stopped
that?
resisting,
Yeah, when was the stroke?
the stroke was New Year's Day, 2005.
Oh, 2005. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a while ago now. And
Yeah.
it did take me quite some time to figure out how to explain how everything works. And I recently came out with my new book, 5 Steps to Activate Your Abundance. And it really shares a lot of what I learned from the divine and 5 simple steps you can do every day that creates more abundance in your life.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Now, in terms of not listening to your intuition, which I think we all are guilty of, what's the one decision or thing that you regret not listening to your intuition?
Oh man, it's one of those things where this is an ongoing process. So it's not like one and done.
Yeah.
You are continually expanding and growing. And it's really interesting because when I talk about the abundance journey map, there are 4 different quadrants that you're constantly going through. And eventually you realize it's an infinity symbol. Just when you start to get comfortable and you think, okay, I got it, I'm good, then the stuff hits the fan and everything goes haywire, and you have to kind of start all over again with learning at a higher level. So I think resisting growing to the higher level, it's funny, I call it, this is your golden buzzer moment. I talk to my clients and they'll be really stressed out about something, and this is a horrible situation. I can't believe this is happening. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is your golden buzzer moment. This is that moment. If anybody's ever watched America's Got Talent, where they've performed and they're on stage and they're looking at the judges and they don't know what's going to happen and they're just kind of in limbo waiting. What's next? These are those moments right before a massive breakthrough. So rather than resist that experience, embrace it, celebrate it. I don't know the answer, and it's imminent. It's coming right to me exactly when I need it.
And so what was your decision that you regret?
My decision that I regret was not embracing those moments.
Okay.
And once I realized the power of embracing those moments, you don't have to resist anything. When it's always a gift for you, when it's always a blessing for you,
Okay.
you can shift. Now, I do want to share a story with you because there is so much power in the words that we use. And I hadn't realized the power. When I was having my stroke, it was like a Niagara Falls of love, just this incredible experience. Every atom in your body is just so embraced and loved and appreciated and valued. It was a miraculous experience. And when I came out of the stroke, I'm like, wow, I want more of that. Hold the stroke, right? And so all the research that I did, it said, well, you just have to allow. You have to allow that divine connection, allow the downloads to show up. And I was allowing my little heart out. And I'd get downloads every once in a while, but it was no Niagara Falls. And finally, I'd meditated and I was sitting for guidance and I was a little pissed off, frankly. And I reached out to the divine. I'm like, why isn't this allowing thing working for me? And I
Right.
immediately got the message, what is the image that comes to mind when you think of the word allow? Now, no two people have the same relationship with words, so I never put this on anybody else. But for me, I immediately saw myself behind a door with a chain on the door, and I'm peeking out the door at the divine, and I'm terrified because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how to control this thing. I don't know the process, the sequence. And I realized, oh, for me, allow is a mind-based word. And it's all about control. And that's not the kind of relationship I want with the divine. I don't have to control anything with the divine. It's all pure blessings and love. So I really had to think about it. What is the word that really represents the kind of relationship I want to have with the divine? And I finally realized that my word is welcoming. Now I welcome the divine. I welcome downloads. I welcome everything I want in my life because I don't have to control it. And you can feel the energy of allow versus welcome.
Yeah, there is a shift with that. And a lot of people do struggle with that word allow. Some of the words that I've heard is surrender, right?
Mhm.
Let go. But it's because there's a need to control. I think that relates to our fear or our endeavor to survive and beyond everything, right? We're here to
Yeah,
survive. But this whole having a relationship with the divine and having the confidence or the certainty that to know you're not going to be let down and you are going to survive and you're going to survive in
yeah,
ways that you could have never imagined, right?
yeah,
Beyond
yeah.
survival, it's a thrive. We want to step into that
Absolutely. And
experience.
the thing is, you are in partnership with the divine. It's not like you're this lowly little ant and the divine's way up here and, in the ether. No, you are in lockstep in partnership with the divine. And when you understand how that partnership works, everything becomes so much more easy and so much more fun.
I love that you're saying that. I mean, that's the work I do too, is making it more fun. But there is a shift. There's a shift on the planet occurring. You may have witnessed this yourself. Is it's accelerating where more and more people are wanting a true, authentic relationship with that experience, divine, to have more abundance or to have their life flow easier. And we're I think waking up to how do I do it? And
Yeah.
it's leaders like you that are stepping forward and going, hey, here I am. I'll show you how. I've been down the rocky road and it's been a shit show a few times, but we're good. And I'll show you how to not do the shit show.
Right, right. Well, that's why I published my book, 5 Steps to Activate Your Abundance, because I really wanted people to have that roadmap, a
Exactly.
really simple process that changes everything.
I love it. I love it. Now you brought a gift for
I
our
did.
audience. Would you like to share that with us, please?
Absolutely. It's called 5 Steps for Online Abundance because it's really easy. There are all kinds of people out there who would love to connect with you. They don't know anything about you. So here are 5 different actions you can take online to foster those incredible relationships that open you up for amazing opportunities.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. I mean, you walk your talk, and that's what I love about you, Elaine. You're bright, your vibration is high, and you're incredibly inspiring. So thank you for sharing all of that with us today.
Absolutely. It's an honor and so much fun. It's all about the fun, right?
Yeah, because that's a high frequency. It's a high
Yeah.
frequency. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you had a last word to say with just to give us today, what would be the last words of wisdom?
Own your power. Stop denying your power. Stop playing small. One of the messages I received recently is it's time to take the training wheels off, sweetie. You got this.
I
You
love
know, you really do. You got this. So stop pretending that you don't know because you do know and you're good. You got this. Go for it.
It's so juicy. Thank you so much, Elaine. Hey, blessings to you, and thanks again for shining so bright. All right. I guess I'm going to have to work on the pins here because our Zoom doesn't want to do that for us. Okay, you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, now I got to catch my breath, and I'm super excited to bring and welcome our next guest speaker. Today, I'm going to invite, and I'm delighted to introduce you to a force to reckon with. She's incredible, Sam Bennett. Sam is a dynamic writer. She's a speaker, an actor, a creativity productivity specialist from Chicago. She's known for the best-selling book, Get It Done, and Start Right Where You Are. She's making waves with her insights on overcoming procrastination. And Sam's script for the hits musical In a Booth at Chasen's showcases her creative brilliance. Stay tuned. We're welcoming Sam here. She's got her 15-minute miracle method book that's coming out in spring of 2024. She's a top instructor on LinkedIn Learning, and she's impacted millions of learners worldwide. So help me welcome Sam Bennett.
Hey.
So team, we're having some troubles. Are you not able to pin? Or is it not showing up on my side? I don't know what's
She's
going on.
pinned. I don't
Yeah,
know.
for what's going on me, huh?
Yeah.
I'll move around my screen. Maybe
Sam, can
that.
you see
I
yourself on the
can.
screen?
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it all looks
yeah.
great to me. Hi, everybody.
Okay, great. There we go. Yeah, welcome, Sam. Sorry
Thank
about
you
that little
so much.
glitch.
Not
I'm
at all.
so
Thank you for
delighted.
having me. What a treat. Hi, how you
Hi.
doing?
Yes, it is a big treat. And boy, in reading your introduction, it's almost like, wow, you're following a lane. I did not organize these. And it's like a divine list of speakers that are flowing out to encourage us and take us on a path. It's so wonderful when we surrender, isn't it? So tell us, how did you get to be this incredible visionary leader and speaker? I
Well,
know there's not a moment, one moment you've built up to this, but
if only I could present you my 10-point plan on how to become a
yeah, okay. So I'm feeling the energy. Let me pull back a little bit here. It's pretty intense. You're awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was completely inadvertent. I had no intention of doing any of this. I started out as an actor. I did my first play when I was in kindergarten. I did you were talking about intuitive judgments. One of the ways I think our intuition shows up most strongly is in the things we love that we don't even know why we love them.
Especially as kids.
Especially as kids, where we just have a natural gift, we're naturally interested, we're curious, we'll sit there for hours and do XYZ, whatever it is. And yeah, somebody asked me once what my first memory of the theater was, and I said, oh, I remember doing a production. You know the folk story, Stone Soup, right? With the villagers and the stone.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, and my mother was standing near me, and my mother said, oh, Sam, she goes, you didn't just do that show. She goes, you produced it. She said, you made them do it. You were 4 years old and you brought in the script and you brought in the costumes and you made them. I'm like, how did I even know what a play was? I was 4. So that was me all through school. I was a very dreamy kid. I was a very weird kid. I was a very sensitive kid. I did all the plays in school. I went to theater camp. I went to school for theater. I got a job at the Second City Theater in Chicago, which is a legendary comedy
Yeah.
theater. I worked there for a long time. And along the way, I just got really interested in this question of how do highly creative people make decisions? You know, when you are good at a lot of things, when you have a lot of skills and talents, like how do you know what project to pick? How do you know how to promote yourself? You know, should I have a podcast? Should I do a summit? Should I stand on the corner with a sandwich board? Like, what do I do? And there is no right way, right? There's no right way to be an artist. There's no right way to be an entrepreneur. There's no right way to be an author. There's no right way to be a parent or a friend. There's just your way. So, you know, I was having this career in Chicago and then later in Los Angeles that was, you know, good enough that you didn't want to give up on it. I was, you know, getting paid to be on TV. It was cool. But it wasn't exactly enough to support a person either. So I had a million grillion part-time jobs and gigs and projects and shows and auditions and all these things. And then, but I started teaching this class called Get It Done. And I thought, well, that's a ridiculous name. I'll have to change that. And now it's like my whole brand.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you. Yes, don't be afraid of simple and clear, people. Don't overcomplicate. Sometimes smart people like to get overly clever about things and then no one knows what we're talking about. Yeah, and then it turned into, and after I taught the workshop for a while, it turned into a book, and that turned into another book, and it's been just a walking miracle. It's a blast.
Well, it looks like you've learned from a very early age to trust your intuition.
100%.
And
And
did you have encouragement by the big people around you?
oh no.
Welcome to that club. Yeah.
Yeah, not exactly a member of the Happy Childhood Club. Like I said, mostly what they said is like, you're too sensitive.
Right.
So sensitive. And it was a big moment for me when I realized, and you all have this too, there's something that you got criticized for being a kid when you were a kid. And what I encourage you to do is just remove the two. I'm not too sensitive. I'm just sensitive. I might have been too sensitive for the third grade. I might have been too sensitive for my mom, but I'm not too sensitive for the planet. And now I have a job where I get to be professionally sensitive. So,
but that wasn't a cool thing even 5 years ago, or, you know, it wasn't something that was honored. And it's still kind of an uphill battle, wouldn't you say? You don't, that's not listed out there on your resume. I'm sensitive.
that's true. You know, and it kind of depends what circles you run in. I mean, I had advantage in that, like I said, I was in the theater world and then the entertainment world. And especially as an improviser, which I spent, you know, 15 years making my living as an improviser, there is, whether you call it intuition or not, there is a huge amount of intuition happening.
Absolutely.
In your choices. There's a huge, you never have to tell an actor that psychic communication is real because we live on it. You know, you and I'll be on stage, we're saying the lines that the playwright has given us to say, but we are also having a whole conversation underneath of like, oh shoot, I forgot to reset that chair. Could you move it over a little bit? Okay, that's great. What is that guy doing in the third row? Wow. Like we will have, there's a whole, if you have ever felt like, oh, these people are really like, there's multiple levels to this conversation. Yeah, that's because there's multiple levels to the conversation.
That's because we're multi-dimensional beings.
Yeah. And for years, you know, I never really thought anything about it. It was not that long ago when I had a friend say like, so Sam, how do you relate to your psychic abilities? And I was like, my what? Like, no. Nice girls from Chicago don't say psychic.
Oh yeah, and I could never say that to a visionary or a leader or a CEO, right? They're all incredibly psychic and they don't know they are.
Well, it just never occurred to me. And I think that's partly on psychics who sort of ghettoized themselves with the, you know,
ghettoized. That's a great word, isn't it? Did you just make it up?
No, it's a real word.
Oh God, ghettoized.
Yeah, kind of ghettoized themselves with the, you know, neon signs and the, you know, trickery. And then I was talking to another friend who is very psychic, and she said, well, what does it feel like? And I said, that's why I think I never noticed, because it just feels like knowing. Like I know, like I would know anything. Like you told me your name, I would know your name. Like, and so sometimes I would say things, people would be like, how do you know that? I'm like, I don't know how I know. I mean, I just know. Didn't you? How do I know anything? Of course I know. Like, and she said, oh yeah, that's clairsentience. You know, some people have clairvoyance, they can see. Some people have clairaudience, they can hear. She goes, that's
their feeling is clairsentience. Claircognizance is just clear knowing.
Oh, that's what it's claircognizance. Thank you. See,
Yeah.
that's how little I know about this.
Well,
Wrong
it's
word.
just a word. It doesn't even matter.
Right. But I was like, oh, but again, I didn't even know that was a thing. So I was like, oh, okay, well, that's helpful. And then I was remembering like, yeah, when I was a little kid and I was sure that I could talk to plants and animals. And then I grew up to be an adult who was pretty sure she could talk to plants and animals. So
Yeah, awesome. You're just sensitive, not too sensitive.
not too sensitive, just sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. I just love that, Sam. I mean, you're embodying where I think the masses are moving, and it freaks a lot of people out, is having this, like, what is that? They want to analyze and over, I don't know, try to figure it out. And I think it's just part of our beingness. It's part of our abilities that so many of us have shut off and
It's
denied.
we have to remember that like the prefrontal cortex, this the executive function part of our brain up here, this little part up front, it's quite thin and it's quite recent in our human development of the brain. So I think sometimes what we talk about when we talk about intuition or we talk about psychics, sometimes it's just our animal response. It's just our animal being that's like, that person's scary, or that's not safe, or ooh, I like that, or in the same way that animals do. Our ability to assess danger, that's a survival mechanism, and it
And it's
predates
part of our
language.
sixth sense, isn't it?
It's part of our, yes, it's just part of our being, right? Then there's sort of learned behavior, there's micro pattern recognition, there's making sense of things that we don't really know we're making sense of. Our brain is sort of humming along without us really knowing, and then it could kind of, and then we get quiet for a second and the brain's like, oh, by the way, here's your answer. We've been working on it and back, here you go. And we feel like, oh, that just dropped out of nowhere. Well, it did and it didn't.
Right.
So I think psychic or intuitive or whatever you want to call it is a big umbrella that covers a lot of things. And honestly, I don't care what you call it.
Right.
When
It's a way of being to me. I mean, that's all I know it, but
yeah, just know what you know.
Most of us were denied it or invalidated when we trusted it. And I think that has caused a lot of us to turn down more and more of it, which cripples us and keeps us stuck and it makes us feel depressed and miserable and doing jobs that we don't like and love.
For sure. And there's definitely a really strong voice in the culture that says, well, logic matters and figuring it out matters. And the things that are hard matter. I remember having very stern talking tos, from my parents about how like, well, Samantha, of course you got good grades in English and drama, but let's talk about this French and calculus over here. And I'm like, you know what? I was never going to do well in French and calculus. I got to work I worked as hard as I knew how to work, and it's not part of what I do well. On the other hand, how come I don't get any credit for doing well in English and drama? Like, can we talk about the fact that I'm really good at that and it comes really easily to me? And now I have made a living my entire adult life in English and drama. Like,
right. I find that fascinating. And it's, following your soul's blueprint, if, for lack of a better word. And so many of us discount that and we go by what the system, our parents and others have said, this is the, if you're a teacher or if you're a doctor or if you're an accountant, that's tangible and we can measure that. And or people make good money if you're an engineer or if you, whatever path you take. And so some of them had higher value, right? And so we value ourselves based on what others value also. And if you don't do that, then you're not going to be a success. So there's all these convoluted, tangled patterns that we end up creating that keep us miserable.
And to remember that all the people who discouraged you, all the people who said, no, 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 don't be like that, do this, they're trying to keep you safe.
Yeah, because they do love us.
They love you, they care about you, and they want to keep you safe. And they don't know any better. They're giving you the best information they have. It just happens to be crappy, outdated information. So
and I like that word, outdated, because as there is an energetic shift happening, a massive one, and we're being accelerated in terms of just keeping up with the pace of things. Things are going so fast and changing so rapidly that we have to be able to pivot. And I think that inner GPS, our intuition that permeates through almost everything we do, is key and critical for us to be able to trust it and tap into it. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, although I question the perception that it's different than it's ever been.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just listening to it is different.
Well, I think it's different for us because we're us. It's new to us. I mean, there's
It's not new to me, but I'm seeing and witnessing.
so here's what I'm saying is that people have been people forever. And there's scripts from text from ancient Greece with people saying, well, those kids today, they got no respect for their elders. That music they listen to, it's just noise. Get off my lawn. There's a wonderful quote from Thomas Merton from Seven Story Mountain, where he's talking about how we live in this culture that exists to excite every nerve and stretch every nerve to the breaking point with advertisements and cultivating the desire for these false things, and how it separates us from the divine, and how it's dangerous. And he's talking about 1943.
Wow.
Right? There's when the horseless buggy first got introduced, there were articles everywhere like it's very dangerous to travel at that rate of speed of 17 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. that was not good for the human body. So, while certainly the amount of data being produced is epic, the amount of the escalation of technology, that rate of speed has absolutely increased. I think our perception that the world is changing faster and faster is one that people have every generation has had that feeling.
Could be. I know in terms of physics, in the quantum field, there seems to be an acceleration. I don't know how to even articulate it. It's almost like an acceleration of particles, or where maybe it's the consciousness that's transforming in a way that's accelerating. So our perception is changing to what's happening. And I call it waking up. More people are coming in alignment with recognizing that these soft skills are really important. Yeah. Can you tell me a time when you didn't listen to your intuition and maybe made a decision that you regret?
I didn't listen to my intuition and made a decision that I regret. There are a number of relationships that I stayed in way too long, where I valued loyalty, I valued other people's opinions, I valued the other person's feelings over my own. And the part of it that really breaks my heart is all the times I stood there and said that everything was okay when it was not okay.
And you weren't being honest with yourself.
I wasn't being honest with myself, and I was not being honest with them. And I think I could have saved us all a lot of time and prevented a lot of heartbreak if I had been willing to say in the moment, or even somewhere moment adjacent, within a 6-week period, you know what, that really wasn't okay with me. That really hurt my feelings, or I'm really not getting what I need, or you promised me something and you haven't made good on that promise. What are we going to do about that?
Yeah.
That makes me sad. I know why I did it. But it makes me sad.
Well, and our previous speaker, Elaine, she talks about everything being divine, and even those experiences where we don't listen. I mean, that's our lesson. That's our gift, isn't it? To then make a choice for the next one and to say, I am going to say when it's not okay with me.
Yeah, and it was my own version of spiritual bypassing, sort of. It was my own version of saying, like, you know what, that person is perfect, whole, and complete, and they're doing their life the way they're going to do their life. I am not in the husband improvement business. I am not in the best friend improvement business. I'm going to let them be them, and I'm just going to, it was like, I'll just take care of it. Like, my feelings are hurt, but I'll just take care of it. I'm upset, but I'll just take care of it, and not going to them and saying, hey, that hurt my feelings. Hey, that upset me.
Right.
And not even giving them a chance to take responsibility and make a change in how they were being.
And be aware. Yeah.
Right. So this is me over accepting responsibility and kind of in that guise of being a really good person. Like, I'm very good, I'm forgiving, I'm very generous, I'm very, open. And it was like, yeah, but kind of no.
Not so much. Yeah. Yeah.
Not so much. Sorry. Close the door.
What decision did you make when you trusted your intuition that you're exceptionally happy about?
I was thinking about this question because and I was thinking about, there are a couple of lovers and friends that I have in my life that the minute I clapped eyes on them, I felt that gong in my belly. That's how it feels to me. It's like a gong, and that sense of deep recognition of like, oh, there you are.
Sweet. A
There
very
you
sweet feeling.
very sweet feeling, and a very expansive feeling, a very like, oh, like I didn't know I was waiting for you, but I've been waiting for you. I remember the first time I saw one of my best friends. There was I don't know how many of you lived in Chicago, but a lot of apartments in Chicago are sort of built down a long hallway. There's a front room, and then there's a long hallway with rooms, bedrooms and bathrooms off it, and then a kitchen at the very end. So I came into the apartment and I looked down this long hallway and I saw this woman sitting in profile, actually, and the sun was behind her, so I couldn't even really see her face. But I saw her in profile and I thought, there she is. And she's my best friend to this day.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah.
Oh, like you really are an actress.
I really am.
I got that whole picture. I love the way you painted that. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. And so, how do you feel that your intuition has helped you build your career today?
One of the things that was important for me to learn is that I really only know yes. It was actually a therapist who pointed this out to me first. I had been asked to do a play in LA that I hadn't auditioned for. They were just inviting me to be part of the production, which was very flattering. So I was like, oh, really? Well, maybe thank you very much. So, but it wasn't the kind of show I normally would have wanted to do. It was a little off my beaten path. And I was in therapy and kind of going like, well, I mean, I could, and I'm very busy, but I could probably make time. And I'm sure once I was in it, I would love it because the people are really great. Blah, 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 blah. And this therapist goes, Sam, let me tell you something about you. And I'm like, yes. He says,
You're so cute.
and he says, when you want to do something, it's done. It's done. Like it's just a matter of time of maybe execution, but it's done. He says, when you don't want to do something, you equivocate. Man, did he earn his $40 copay that day. I was like, that is so helpful. Because sometimes I was waiting for that no gong. And it turns out I don't have a no gong, really. I just have a
You just waffle.
I
You just
waffle.
waffle. Yeah.
Or I start using the word should a lot. And so we have another rule in my house that says should means no. Should means no. And the way that game plays out, and this might be helpful to some of you, is like, oh, I really should go to the gym today. Oh, I said should. Now it means no. Now I'm not going. I can't go. I'm not going. And then I wait. Because sometimes the next thought is, oh, but I really want to go.
Yeah, I really want to get that bikini body, and I gotta go.
All bodies are bikini bodies, but yeah,
We have to chisel away a couple layers of fat to get to that bikini body, but
no, your body is perfect for a bikini right the way it is. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Fuck
you're
them.
right. It's my vision. I just blew it. So that was a gonger.
Well, but you're forgiven. I mean, it's only the message we hear from every corner, every second of our entire dig deck lives, right? So it's not just you. You're not the only one who feels that way. But I had thought of like, oh no, I really want to go. Great, shoes on and go. Right? Or, oh, I said should, now I can't go. I'm not going to go. Except I promised myself that I was going to go. And I really want to be in integrity with myself about that. Okay, great, shoes on and go. So it's not, oh, and then sometimes it's like, oh, I said should, I'm not going to go. Oh, I don't have to go. I can just stay here. That sounds amazing, right? So it's not so much that should. So this is the process. Oh, I said should. That means I can't do it. And then you wait and see what the next thought is, and then move forward with the information from there. Do you feel like you've given yourself some freedom and some permission? Great, take advantage of that, right? Allow. Is there actually a real underlying desire that's sort of being muffled by a should? Or are there other reasons, where it's like it's a should and I promised, I would be here. I promised this. I probably like, okay, great. Then you're going to do it even though you don't want to, because we don't always get to do everything we want to do. Yeah.
Oh, that's powerful. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Now,
So the no's don't always mean no. The no's sometimes look different than you think they do.
Yeah, so I know that you're an incredibly gifted woman and you've had a journey in a lot of different capacities. How are you working with clients today?
Mostly I have a thing called the Get It Done Lab, which is a 90-day sprint. So we go in 90-day cohorts, and the whole idea is spend 15 minutes a day, every single day, on something that matters to you.
Is it the same thing every day or it's
I
everything,
don't know,
anything and everything?
anything and everything, but something you wouldn't otherwise do, right? Something you wouldn't, something that, like I said, that matters to you. And what I love about this is, first of all, it forces you to go, well, what matters to me? Is being close to my grandchildren mattering to me? Is growing my business mattering to me? Is making another $10,000 this week mattering to me? Like, what matters to me? And then, okay. And then, because again, highly creative people, like, we tend to get big ideas and then we get overwhelmed by our big ideas and we think, well, how could anybody even do
And
that?
distracted and not priority focusing. And so we find ourselves folding, laundry and cleaning out the crumbs in the silverware drawer.
Right. And we forget that what we really want in life is we do not want to be at our own memorial service with everybody standing there going, my goodness, her tile grout was spotless.
No,
Right.
that would be my mother.
Right. We want people going, man, she got every bit of juice out of that orange.
She milked everything. She lived out
Right.
loud.
She went for it, right? She tried, she dared, she fucked it up, she screamed, she cried, she whispered. It's not about leading a flamboyant life, but it's about leading a life that matters to you.
Yes,
And
yes.
we spend all day, every day, getting everything done for everybody else.
Yes.
Somehow the thing that would really make a difference to you, to your family, to your community, to the people that you serve, somehow doesn't even make it onto the list.
Right. Right.
And we are also all very busy people, right? I mean, we've all got a lot of stuff to do. So, but you got 15 minutes. You've got 15 minutes. And the beauty of 15 minutes is, first of all, it's astonishing how much you can get done in 15 minutes. Right? We have a daily practicum where we actually meet on Zoom every weekday for 15 minutes. And this is how complicated it is. We sign in, I say hi, I start the timer. Everybody puts their head down. 15 minutes later, the timer goes off. I go, okay, that was 15 minutes. And then I see this. I see 10 faces, 20 faces going, like, that was amazing. I got so much done. I'm like, I know. Like, this sort of post-orgasmic face of like, I did the thing. I'm like, I know. And then you get the spillover effect, which is, first of all, this delightful level of smugness of like, why, that's right. I did that thing that I said I was going to do. Like, I wrote that poem. I practiced that guitar. I went to I did 15 minutes of ab work. I did that.
Yeah.
And,
Awesome.
and then, and you know how it is, you take a couple little teeny tiny steps and then the universe comes rushing at you.
Yeah. Yeah. All the things that you forgot that you wanted start showing up. It's almost like magic. It's because you focused on what is important. And then all the other things start going, oh, that's the universe responds to, oh, she says she wants what is in her heart and she's doing it. So they bring it in more.
Right. And the thing your brain is best at is finding what it's looking for. So if you're looking for another $10,000 this week, if you're looking for partners to help grow your business, if you're looking for ways to feel healthier, your brain will go, okay, I'm looking for ways to feel healthier. Okay, I'm looking for, and then, oh, we're spending 15 minutes a day on it. Oh, now I'm really revved up. Like, now I'm really looking for it.
Right.
And then, like, oh, I'm looking for a partner. Oh, who's that tall, emotionally withholding one in the back?
I love that.
Yeah.
Now you come bearing gifts, Sam. So I'd love for you to share that special gift with our audience.
I would love to. What did I say it was?
Oh,
You remember?
do we have a link, team?
Yeah, if you show me the link,
Yeah.
Oh, it's the real life planner. Oh, that's a good one.
Okay. You've got so many gifts, you don't know what you've shared, right? You've wrapped it up before you delivered it and you forgot.
I am the kid with too many Christmas presents, for sure.
You're the one that buys Christmas presents in the spring, wrap them up, and you forget what's in the box.
100%. I'm like, what did I get you? 100%.
Okay, go for
Exactly.
it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so the real life planner is the planner that I kept buying other planners hoping that they would be, and they weren't. So finally I had to make my own. And it's a 7-day downloadable. You can print it out yourself. And it has a couple of things that I think are a little unusual. One is it's sort of an unusual way to do your to-do list, right? So there's a place for you to write down what the item is, and I encourage you to rename it. Sometimes we don't do things because we make them sound like homework or punishment, like, oh, I got to revise my manuscript. But I've got to,
Push yourself
polish,
through.
polish the diamonds of my words to share with like, okay, that sounds like more fun. So
Yeah.
rename your project. There's a column for how much time is it going to take? How much money is involved? And then how much do you want to?
Yeah, like
On a scale of 1 to
50%,
10,
70%.
what's your level of inclination? And
Yeah.
that can be, we often forget to ask ourselves that question of like, I keep saying I want to write a book, and yet somehow every time I get to this part, I'm like, I don't really feel like it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now we have a point of investigation. Now we have a point of inquiry. What's it? What's happening there?
Right.
Do we not want to write a book? Is it not a book? Is it a slideshow or a presentation or a summit instead? Or is now not the right time? Like, I don't know. But instead of just going like, oh, I really want to write this book and I'm just not getting to it. I can't believe I'm so stupid. I can't believe I'm not making time. It's so sad. Like, stop, put down the whip.
God doesn't want me to. I'm sorry, this could be a
God
whole.
ever not wanted something for you that you want for yourself.
No, it must be a
Never.
sign, Sam, that God doesn't want me to do this book. Right? That's a
No.
sign. I hear that so much from people.
Oh,
You
that
know?
makes my tummy hurt. Oh, no. The divine intelligence is flowing through you, expressing as you. If you want that, then that's your present to
Yeah,
give,
yeah.
right?
And my job is to help them clear the shit that's keeping them from writing the book.
Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there is such a thing as, and this is why 15 minutes is so valuable. It's like, well, try it.
Yeah.
Experiment. This is why we call it the Get It Done Lab. So
Get out of your head and just take action.
take some action and then see how, because sometimes we start taking action and it's true, there's a lot of knees and elbows. It turns out to be super expensive. It's complicated. Like, okay, great. So now we start to modify, or we say, you know what, that's just not the right time. So I'm going to take this manila envelope in my mind labeled book, and I'm going to say, I will see you after 4th of July. I'm going to circle back, right? But stop punishing yourself, like doing the best you can.
Yeah, we're all silly humans.
Everybody's always doing the best they can.
Yeah.
And you're always doing the best you can, even when your best is kind of crappy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, because I know I'm hard on myself. And, when you have high expectations of yourself and then everybody around you, you continually be disappointed, right? And so just take a breath, everybody, and just know you're amazing.
Well, that's it. And we were taught to be hard on ourselves. We were taught that there's a virtue in being hard on yourself, right? And there's even a little moral high ground. This is what I hear from people sometimes, like, well, I'm just such a perfectionist. Like, okay, yeah. And you're just kind of getting in your own way. And you got to remember, your version of a C is kind of everybody else's version of an A+.
Yeah.
Right? So try it. Get it out there. See whatever, see what happens. See what happens. Quit thinking you know everything. Quit thinking you know what the result of everything's going to be. You don't. I guarantee you don't. I didn't start doing those LinkedIn learning videos thinking like, oh, I'm going to have 1 million learners worldwide. Never in a million years crossed my mind. Never in a million years.
That's beautiful. Yeah. So anybody on LinkedIn, go over there and sign up for that too, right?
Yeah, LinkedIn Learning. I've got a bunch. I got the most popular one is called How to Stop Wasting Time in Meetings.
Not that anybody's wasting time at our meeting.
No. The second most popular one is called How to Write Emails People Want to Read. And I'm actually doing an email training this week. So if y'all aren't on my email list, get the Real Life Planner, and that will put you on my email list. And then you can find out about all the
I love
rest of the
that.
stuff we're doing.
Yeah.
And most obviously you can unsubscribe anytime.
Yeah, well, no, we're not going to unsubscribe, but thank you for that permission. So thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for sharing your incredible wisdom, your expertise, your brilliance, your joie de vivre, and your laughter. I love it. I love your playfulness and helping us to maybe color outside the lines a little bit.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so glad Rhonda put us together, and you had so many of my favorite people on here. I was like, ooh, I'd love to play in that sandbox. So
Oh,
yeah.
well, thank you. It's quite it's wonderful for me. It's wonderful. And I'm sure I'm seeing the comments here. Everybody's really enjoying the inspiration, the engagement, and so thank you. Thank you for being here.
Free gift says payment. Let me check that link and circle it back to you. And now that's
Okay.
things are dinging. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, go ding it, and we'll post the new link, or if there's a change, or
You
Sam
know
will
what?
correct it.
Yeah, let me go off. If we're done, let me go off camera, and then I
Yeah.
can find the real. I'll put it up before I
Okay. So
link
we'll
right off here.
stay tuned to the chat, everybody, and our team will get that to you as soon as we have it. So thank you so much.
You bet. Thank
All
you.
right, Sam, have an awesome day.
Thanks, Amira.
Okay, y'all. I am feeling the excitement, and we've got still an incredible lineup of speakers. Our next speaker is, I'm going to save the introduction because it is a pre-recording. She wasn't able to be with us today, so we pre-recorded an interview, and my team is going to put that up for us. Thank you. There we go. Welcome back. I am super excited to introduce you to this incredible woman, Sherry Nichols. And by the way, I will be editing. So
Okay,
Sherry
good.
Nichols, Sherry is the founder and CEO of Divine Love Institute. And she's a spiritual coach, a sound healer, and an award-winning author dedicated to empowering ambitious women over 45. She's got 15 years of experience, and she's created a 7-step sparkle system that's been featured on CBS, KCAL 9, and other major TV platforms. She guides women through heartache to rediscover their confidence and joy. She's passionate about the transformative power of divine love. Sherry believes she can set individuals free to embrace the life that they truly love. Welcome, Sherry.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Dr. Amira. This is, first of all, I just want to say what a beautiful thing that you are doing for so many people, the impact that it's going to make on people to harness your intuition. That is so key with everything that we're doing and with the way that the world is right now and for happiness. So thank you so much for including me and for allowing me to be part of this beautiful summit.
Well, you are all about that, and you might not wrap it up in that package, but I think love and intuition are probably really, really closely aligned. In that I think that when we love ourselves, or the connection to the greater power and love, there's a alignment and an integration of our natural abilities of just knowing and being in a flow. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that oftentimes we block ourselves from that. And that's where the problems really start. I think for a lot of people, it's trying to do things in our own knowing, trying to do things and push things through with what we have learned in the past, and not, allowing ourselves to really tap in to that power that is so great, that is there for us, that can make our life so much easier. And so one of the things that I'm really thrilled about being a part of this for really your summit here is to give people, for me, what the ultimate superpower is, and to really help them feel more confident and courageous and clear that they have a path to this and that they know how to connect to it. Because as I said, harnessing that intuition, I mean, Dr. Mira, the world is changing, right? I mean, we were just talking about this, how things are speeding up and how you've got to learn to pivot and you've got to learn to do so many things. And oftentimes, you might be thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, what am I going to do here? What's the best thing to do here? And there are so many choices to make when you need to pivot, and especially to to do things in a new way. Let's, without even saying necessarily the word pivot, but to entertain doing things in a new way. And there can be confusion with that and a feeling of insecurity and doubt. I don't know about you,
Oh,
but
big time.
right?
Self-doubt. And that's the one thing that I hear from most people is they doubt themselves in whether to trust their intuition, but even making decisions, you know, and you know what? I think we've gotten ahead of ourselves. I want to hear how you got started.
Well,
I mean,
thank you. Yes,
speaking of
I know.
self-doubt,
it's like this is such a juicy
I
subject that we just
know,
both
but
want
we
to
want to
dive.
let everybody know how you got to this point. How did you come to this place?
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. So actually, I think that you and those of you listening will love this story because it is an example of a worst, like the worst day you could ever have and the best day you could ever have, if you could imagine that happening within the same 24-hour period. And so I want to just take you back to a time. Let's just have you imagine that you are sitting in the rain. It's just a stormy, dark sky, and you are crying your eyes out, just shaking uncontrollably. Imagine a time where the worst thing you could imagine has happened for you. You feel devastated, absolutely soul shattered, and humiliated. And imagine, if you will, that this has all happened to you at a retreat. Imagine that you are at a retreat with a group that you had felt a close connection to, that you had paid well to be a part of, and that not only had you been publicly shamed by your mentor, but that she had asked the other 11 participants to openly annihilate your character as well. People you trusted, people you had spent a couple of years with. Everything that you had shared over those 2 years was from really the deepest part of your soul and your heart. Well, that was me. That was me. I could barely breathe sitting in that rain, feeling, oh my gosh, Dr. Mara, so I can still remember, just the pain of that humiliation. And I just had felt like my soul was smushed, and I had joined the group because I wanted to grow. I wanted to learn.
So it was personal development or spiritual training or?
It was a transformation group.
Okay.
It's a transformation group. And I was not, aside from the learning and the transforming, because a few years earlier from that, my marriage had fallen apart. And I had discovered that 6 days before I was going in for in vitro. So that was a huge betrayal in and of itself. And because of that, I was on this journey to really learn and discover, because I had made the decision that I wanted to do something to help other people, to help other women move through the pain and the hurt. And so this was part of that journey, was being a part of this group. And, I wanted to be in a community where, I had this feeling that I longed for a community to belong to really feel supported, to really feel accepted, and to feel loved.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever felt that way.
Well, absolutely. And I think every single person alive is looking for love, and we're looking for it in ways of being validated, by our peers, by our mentors, by family. And I don't know about you, I know a lot of people that didn't get validated by their family. Now, as much as I didn't get the kind of love the way I expected it, I think it was also my teacher, or it propelled me to take steps and paths that I wouldn't have otherwise, right? If I had gotten everything from my family. But it
Yeah,
leads
and
me to asking you about trusting your intuition with, let's say, your marriage, your relationship, and then with this group, you had trusted your intuition to take you into those dynamics. And then I'm just sensing that you must have felt incredibly betrayed by
oh,
yourself, even
yeah,
because
well, I don't think I was at that awareness yet at that level. I mean, when I was,
you were pissed.
you know what? No, actually, I was shamed. I felt
Shame.
incredibly shamed. I mean, the humiliation and the deep sense of betrayal. This mentor who I had chosen to study with and who I really felt, I was putting my trust in, and these small group of people. And, as I was saying, the betrayal I felt from the man I'd been married to was heartbreaking, right? I mean, just heartbreaking to find out that he was living in another life with somebody else 6 days before I'm going in for in vitro. But this betrayal with this group that I had really invested time and energy and resources with, I don't know, Dr. Mirai, I just want to say it was even more deep of a betrayal. It felt like a soul betrayal, And so as far as the intuition goes, that's the interesting part about it. I had been guided to become part of this group. And so it was very confusing for me. But I will say that when I was sitting there in the dark, stormy skies, just sobbing, something made me look up, and I saw this patch of blue, light sky in the distance. And every part of my soul, every cell in my body just screamed at me to get to the light, And I think if you've ever been in a dark situation, you want to get to the light, right? You want to get to that light because it feels so bad to be in the dark. And so, that was where I was at with that. And so I got in my car and I drove towards the light. And on the way, the most life-changing thing, well, it wasn't life-changing yet, but it was a precursor to it, a prelude to it, is that as I was driving, something caused me to suddenly look to the left. And then on the left side of the road, stormy sky, I see this white cross with the words above it that said, Jesus saves. Now, the sky was so dark and the sign was so white. It was like a neon light that was just like popping out at me. And then just as suddenly, I was, guided to look to the right. And to the right, the sun was shining over these red rock mountains of Sedona, and the most spectacular and gorgeous rainbow was arcing over the mountains. And so I literally stopped my car and I pulled over because I knew on a soul level, there's something here. But honestly, Dr. Murrah, I mean, I didn't know what it was because honestly, I believed in God, but I never had a relationship with God. And I certainly never had a relationship with Jesus. As a matter of fact, I was that person, I was agnostic as a teenager. And then I, got into more New Age and then, believing in God, but never a relationship with Jesus. When people said Jesus saves, I was the one that would be like, come on. I was going the other way with it, just really not accepting it. But there was something about that I could not forget. And so, this whole thing was so breathtaking, and I just knew there was something in it for me. So I continued back then to where I was staying. And when I got back, all that kind of uplift kind of drained because I had a roommate at this retreat, and the roommate had been escorted to the room and wasn't allowed to talk to me and was removed from the room. And it just brought me right back into the situation that I was in, and that they were kicking me out of the group. They were kicking
That
me out of the
wasn't
group.
James Arthur Ray, was it?
No, it wasn't.
You know about him.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
And for anybody listening, and this is coming up, I mean, I feel inclined to talk about this because it raises the hair on the back of my neck with all these charlatans and misguided mentors. I too have had some experiences. In fact, one of them, who was a shaman, actually raped me.
Oh,
And I don't tell this story too often, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but he was literally giving us a juice. I didn't know what it was, but to this day, I don't know exactly. I think it was ecstasy. Now, this isn't the way I wanted to get to love, but it was intended to open your heart chakra,
mm-hmm.
right? And it paralyzed me, and then he took advantage of that.
Oh,
What was interesting is, speaking of Jesus, is I was nude and I left my body. All of a sudden, it was like a monster or some being or entity came through my body, and my legs came up under my chest, and I just under his chest, and pushed him, and he went flying off me across the room. And I said, "Don't you ever touch me again."
mm.
And in the ceiling, I had still had those spreckled, what do you call it? Those sparkly ceilings, from the
Uh-huh.
80s.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah, yeah.
remember looking in the ceiling and seeing the Virgin Mary's face.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so, it sticks with me to this day.
Oh,
That energy and that force and that might.
oh yeah.
And the Virgin Mother, the power, the healing force of Jesus and his mother. I mean, it's with me. I get it. And I also wanted to address this fact that there are mentors out there that are taking advantage of people and using our intuition and our discernment. Yes, you and I had to learn those lessons, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I just get so lit up with, the unscrupulous marketing and BS that's being shared with people. So
Well,
just
and
take heed,
the,
everybody who's listening.
absolutely, and the huge betrayal of it all. And so,
Yeah, because you're raw.
you're
You're
raw.
looking for the pure.
Like I was looking for love. I was looking for belonging. I was looking for feeling, that I was enough. And you develop this relationship, you think, with this mentor that that you
Right.
trust. And so that kind of a betrayal is just really devastating. And after my roommate was taken out, I just sunk onto the bed and I just cried and sobbed. It was the most miserable night. It was out of state, so I wasn't like I could just go home. And I remember just feeling so alone, just so alone. And so the next day when I got up, I was so miserable, but I kept remembering the white cross and Jesus saves. And as I said, although I'd never had a relationship, I just, I was at this point where I was so deeply depressed and sad. And I just, I decided that it was, I made a decision. It wasn't what I expected to do, but I made a decision that I was going to allow that love of Jesus into my life and into my heart. And so I did. And I just want to say, this is what I really want you to hear, people listening really understand that I was so miserable. And the minute I let Jesus into my life, into my heart, I made that conscious decision. I felt over the next 24 hours this pouring in of the deepest love that I have ever felt in my life. And it still makes me emotional because I had never felt that love before. And it was everything that I had been searching and seeking to to attain. And believe me, I studied all sorts of, world religions, all sorts of things. And I got it in that 24 hours. I knew this is the real thing. This is the truth. This is the truth. That love cleansed my soul, took out all the pain, and truly had me smiling again, joyous. And literally 24 hours, I felt peace. I felt safe. I felt protected. I felt all these amazing things. Did the circumstances change? No.
No, but that
I changed.
That horrible experience brought you to Jesus. I mean,
so that's why I'm saying within 24
it
hours. Yeah, it was the worst day and the best day of my entire life. And that is why, and I did not feel alone. And you know what is the
craziest? Had your coming to Jesus moment.
Yeah, I had my coming to Jesus moment. And the craziest thing too is that, I felt alive. I mean, that's the thing about the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, is like I literally felt alive, and I had felt so dead inside before. And the other amazing thing is that I was not triggered at all by the thought of my mentor. Like this is why I say I truly believe that divine love can transform and heal any hurt that you have in your life and help you to live a life you love. Because it dissipates, it's impossible. Love and fear, they just can't coexist.
Yeah.
And so when your whole spirit is filled up with that love, then you know what? Anything and everything is possible. And you can absolutely, as we started the conversation, you can pivot, you can think of, new things, new ideas can come your way because you're resourced. You're not just having to depend on yourself. You have this supernatural power that provides you with that intuition of what to do, that's guiding you, right? Illuminating your steps and giving you the breadcrumbs so that you're able to move forward. And so after that, and I love how in the Bible, Peter 1:10 says, God made a night and day difference, going from nothing to something and going from rejected to accepted. And I love, to me, that just says it perfectly, because you are always accepted when you're in that love. And that's what Jesus wants to do. He wants you to understand how loved you are. And what you had said, Dr. Amira, about not looking outside yourself for that validation. We all want to be loved, but a lot of times we go about it in the wrong way, or we get on the wrong path, not making ourselves bad. We're all doing the best we can all the time, right?
We're looking for love in all the wrong places.
Yeah.
And then we get tangled up in relationships and jobs, and we're doing the job that, we thought we'd love, or we did once love, or my father loved for me, or, we're doing things for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, yes. I mean, and I want to say that, having, this is why I love Jesus so much, and I don't want to be a day without him. But that said, doesn't mean that life's a cakewalk, right? I mean, there's still, because, we all live on this planet, and there's there's things happening that continue to bring curveballs and continue to bring speed bumps to, what we're doing. But I think just, being able to tap in to that level of guidance, direction, love, is, to me, gives the greatest intuition you could ever have.
Yeah. Too bad we didn't have it sooner, right?
Well, I think it's always when it's meant to be. I do believe that.
I try to think about enhanced intuition. I was highly intuitive as a young girl, but it was invalidated. It was denied. It was rejected by my family. So I shut it off. And I think that's what we do when we're rejected a lot of times, or when we say something or know something and other people don't buy into it or don't accept it. We start little by little shutting off our natural abilities. And it takes a major, cosmic 2x4 to wake us up that we might value some of these aspects. But, the way I look at it is intuition is one of those things that we don't really acknowledge, and yet it's the key component driving us and helping us make every decision of our life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or we use our analyzer. That's what I
Mhm.
call that part of our mind that is our intellect, or that part that is trained. Oh, because somebody said so, this is how you do it. We bypass that natural God-given ability. Maybe that's part of our critical thinking. But if you had enhanced access to intuitive superpowers, what kind of influence or changes do you think that would have made in your life?
Well, to be honest with you, I think I have always had access, like you're saying, you had them from a young age.
Mhm.
I think the thing that in reflection, what I notice is that I didn't always act on that intuition, just as you're saying, because you start to question
Mhm.
that natural intuitive ability, whether that be that you feel like, oh, this can't possibly be right. There's protocol that says it needs to be done this way, or, what will that person think if I do this? Or, you doubt yourself. And
Yeah,
I
if you
think,
wanted to wear your hair a different way, or dress a style that wasn't so cool at the time, or call somebody, or check
yeah,
on somebody, or like you did, you trusted that sign,
yeah,
the big white cross.
yeah.
But if
And
we had enhanced abilities from an early age, how would that make things different for you?
I think I would say that for me, it would be not necessarily the enhanced ability, because I do feel like I've always had a strong intuition.
Mhm.
It would be more about trusting it, trusting in those intuitions. And what I believe I would have done differently is, I've always wanted to have a talk show, like, Barbara Walters did, right? I mean, I'm aging myself here, but I mean, she
Well, it's
was,
funny. I just said her name the other day. I said to somebody, well, listen, I'm no Barbara Walters and obviously and not an Oprah Winfrey, but we're going to
well,
do this show.
yeah, exactly. And, I've always wanted to bring information to people, and I have a curious nature, and I love really being able to bring that forward, to give people hope, and to have what I would call, the spiritual awakening and awareness show, be the Barbara Walters of that type of a thing.
Yeah,
And to me, that just and that's still, I'm
the
still
view,
it's still on my radar. I'm
the
still,
spiritual view,
have
huh?
that dream, but
I
I
love
think I
it.
would have done it years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's interesting. But, I often think like if we never had the doubt, or we weren't not trusting ourselves, um, how life would be different.
Well, I think, more confidence, more courage, more boldness, really
We'd probably
living.
accomplish more, wouldn't we?
Oh, absolutely. And you'd live into who you are meant to be.
And as creators, we're born here as a creator in the likeness and image. So, like, get to it, girlfriends.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, absolutely, because we just, you really don't know. I heard somebody say for 2024, I know a lot of people say it's the year of more and the year to soar and all that, but I heard somebody say 2024 is the year to look at, you have 24 hours in a day. How can you show up and be your best self in that 24 hours? And that, I don't know, Dr. Mira, how you feel about that, but for me, it just was very impactful, because I thought it takes the overwhelm of having to have this big dream, and how am I going to get there, and how am I going to do this? And a lot of times people shut down with that. But I think, along with your sense of what the summit is about with the intuition, so we have 24 hours every morning. We're blessed if we're blessed to wake up and have the day in front of us. in that 24 hours, how can we tap into our intuition and how can we be the best we can be and move things forward in that 24-hour period? Because that's really all that we have in that
I have an
moment.
idea. I know you come with a gift, and I think that gift would help us do the most in 24 hours. Would you like to share that gift with us?
I would love it. Thank you so much. Yes. So, what I have is what I call the divine love meditation. Taps you into what I call your diamond power, which is that connection to what I call as God, whatever that is for you, that higher source, that truth. And it's a 14-minute meditation that allows you to connect. And as it's a guided meditation, and it helps you to get back to center, to get back to wholeness, so that you're in a place of peace and a place of calm, because it's from that place that you're able to tap into your rest, relax, and create, your parasympathetic nervous system, which allows you to come to really make decisions from a place of wisdom rather than fear, and to tap into that intuition. So
Yes.
thank you. Yes, and it's free. I'm so happy to share that with you all. And I think you have a link. Is
Yes,
that right, Dr.
absolutely.
Beer?
We'll be dropping the link for people. So yes, that's key. I think love is, like I said in the very beginning, very much aligned with intuition. It's one and the same, perhaps, depending on our semantics, right? So, you're a wealth of information. You're an incredible teacher and mentor. And I
Thank you.
would like to ask you, is there any last words that you would like to share with our audience?
I really would just encourage you to take time to be still and to tap into that presence that I call God, whatever that is for you, and to allow yourself to feel the love and to know that you are love and that you are loved and that it all comes from the core in your heart. Tap into it because that's where it's waiting for you. And from that place, you will show up completely different and be able to develop relationships that you would love to have and have the wisdom to really move forward and do the things that you would love to have in your life.
More success, more abundance, more joy, and love.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that and all your wisdom, your experiences too, the raw ones and the glorious ones. So thank you so much, Sherry, for being here and doing all that you do and sharing
Oh,
with the world.
thank you so much for having me. It has just been truly an honor to be a part of your summit. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, all the
Blessings. Yeah.
listeners.
Thank you. And
Bye
hey,
now.
y'all, just don't forget, check that link, okay, and get into that divine love meditation ASAP. Wow. I just realized I was divinely guided to wear white again today. And it just so happened that I was interviewing Sherry. Yeah, so she just shared an incredible amount of information there. And I was vulnerable too. And I just want to say that Barbara Walters has been coming through for the last few days. I feel like I want to cry and celebrate at the same time. I I guess I've been called a perfectionist in a lot of ways. And my team kind of got on me yesterday because we had a lot of stressful experiences with Zoom and crazy stuff was happening. And there's no event that I've ever done where there hasn't been crazy electronic stuff. So it's been, for an empath, a challenge to be grounded, be centered, and deliver the information that I know you are all here for, and co-participate with my speaker. And I'll tell you, Barbara Walters was incredible. I'm thinking, I'm channeling the heck out of Barbara. She had 60 minutes. I've only got 30 minutes with each of you. And I have cheat sheets. And I'm thinking, why? I think Barbara did have an introductory page where she read the person's bio or she had her questions there in front. So I'm giving myself that grace, and thanks for all your patience and all of your grace in supporting me and the team today. It really matters, as well as our speakers. So I'm ready to bring in this incredible woman, an incredible leader and visionary, Tana Marshall. She's an author, she's an intuitive, she's a spiritual teacher, a woman's empowerment coach, and the founder of Infinite Woman. She focuses on guiding busy women who are 50 years and over to connect with intuition, prioritize self-care, and reclaim their power. Through her program, Overcoming the Nice Girl Syndrome, Tana empowers women to set boundaries, practice forgiveness, and find joy. Drawing on her 20 years of Capitol Records career, she blends spiritual wisdom with corporate experience, assisting women in balancing their career and self-care. She's a certified holistic healthcare practitioner, a law of attraction coach, and a practitioner of EFT. She has over 35 years in spirituality, wellness, and energy techniques. She shares her journey of healing and transformation, empowering women to create lives they truly, truly love, to get in touch and have fun. So welcome, Tana. Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm so happy to be here. And let me say, you are a fantastic host.
Oh gosh, I thank you. I am I'm feeling the energy, and today's energy is a little bit different than yesterday's. But it was funny because as I was trying to deal with all the stuff going on, my team said to me, "Oh my God, Amira, everybody can see the stress on your face. You got to pull it together, focus." So thank you for that. I really am humbled with what goes on behind, shows and stuff now. And I feel so humbled to be in your presence and to have all the incredible speakers that are with us. My communication line is breaking down.
Well, you have amazing people here.
Thanks.
Testament to you, and I'm
Yes.
included in this.
So tell us, Tana, my God, 20 years at Capitol Records, and now you're a holistic coach. How did that happen?
Well, I'd always been interested in this stuff. I was diagnosed with lupus when I was 15. And when I was 18, I had a really bad relapse. They put me on a bunch of drugs that made me feel horrible. And I thought there's got to be a better way to be healthy and feel better. So I started studying health and wellness and natural remedies and holistic medicine when I was 18. And it evolved from there. But I didn't think about it as a career at that point. And I did end up going to work at Capitol Records when I was 21. And that was the most amazing experience of my life. We were like a
Yeah.
family. We're still a family. I met most of my closest friends there. I met my husband there. And it was just the best time of my life. And it's interesting, your topic that you're talking about. I feel like intuition kind of led me there, but I didn't always honor it in my life. But it wasn't until years later that I had a boss that I absolutely loved, and he left, and I planned on following him. And then I realized, you know what, this is not where my passion lies. And that's when I decided to become a holistic health practitioner. I took a 2-year program, and a month before I was graduating, I got laid off.
Oh boy.
I got the universal boo. So I thought, oh, this
Yeah.
is perfect timing.
Yeah, it was. It could have been worse.
Exactly. Yeah. And at the time I was living with my mom. My dad had asked me to move in with her and take care of her when he died in 2003. This was 2008. And it was not long after that she needed my care full time. So all of my professional goals had to be put on the back burner. But during that time, I kept following that path to create a foundation for what I wanted to do. And then I became a law of attraction coach and an EFT practitioner and getting all these other certifications because I've been doing hands-on healing since I was about 20, 21. So I was doing all these things on the side while I was taking care of my mom, and she passed in 2018. So I've been able to delve more into this since then. But I was doing YouTube videos. I thought if I can't build my coaching practice, let me at least do something where I feel like I'm being of service, where I'm sharing what I know and being supportive and just putting something out there to help for now. So I started my YouTube channel in 2013. So it's just been a lot of stuff over the, however many years.
Well, yeah. And trying to piece all the puzzle pieces together. I mean, I can relate to it completely. You know, I had a lot of different modalities and experiences, but how did it whittle down to what you're doing now? Was
Well,
there a moment? Was there something pivotal that happened
yeah,
in you?
my husband, he's like, you should just work with women. And I'm like, you do right now. Actually kind of works. And let me go way back to high school. I live in Los Angeles, and in the 70s they started busing. And so they were busing kids in from the not so great neighborhoods, which made sense, but they were going to start busing us to the not so great neighborhoods.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Yeah, and my dad was a retired policeman. He was like, "Oh, no." So I was put into private school, and I was an ugly duckling. I was fat,
That's
braces.
hard to believe.
I know everybody says that, and I always have a picture that I whip up. I'm like, here. So
Here's the ugly duckling picture.
boys were mean to me, and they made me feel insecure. And for high school, my parents put me in a Catholic girls' school. And oh my God, I was so happy. So I remember the first day of school, I only knew a couple of other people there, but I really didn't know anybody. But all I saw were girls, and everybody was in a uniform. We were all dressed the same. So it was this kind of even playing field. But I had this sense of belonging and community. And I met my group so quickly. And even though I won't even call them cliques, because there were just different groups of people around, but there weren't really well, there were some mean girls, but I just had my group of friends so quickly, and I just felt free to be myself. So being surrounded by all girls was such a great experience. And I was also in a Masonic organization for girls called Job's Daughters. I don't know if anybody's familiar with
I
that.
have, yeah.
Okay, my family goes way back. My grandfather was in the Knights Templar, Masons, Shriners. I call him the Grand Poobah because he held the highest level office in all of those things over the years. He died way before I was born, but we had strong Masonic roots in my family. So I was heavily involved with Job's Daughters. I was honored queen twice. There's a office that you have to vote to be elected and move up these offices to get to that and have your term. So I did that twice. So I had a lot of leadership skills with girls and young women from my teen years as well. So it just made sense that I focus on women, because my girlfriends are so important to me. I have men in my life who are important too, but I just have such a strong bond with women. And I've been one of those people who's been the unofficial therapist for friends for years. I mean, even at Capitol, people would come sit at my desk and talk to me and get coaching. I didn't even realize I was coaching, but sometimes it would be a line outside my door, like, who's next? Like, oh, I'll get back to you in a second. So I was already doing all of this stuff, kind of like the hands-on healing. I'd already been doing it. Let me go get certified as a massage therapist and certified in these modalities so I could do a little more officially. So that's when the holistic health practitioner thing, I was doing coaching, and I thought, let me go get a coaching certification, and law of attraction seemed to make the most sense because I'd been studying Abraham Hicks for a long time. In fact, one of my bosses at Capitol, the one who hired me and my husband, his name is Tommy, he's the one who gave me an Abraham tape. I was frustrated with things. He's like, I'm going to send you a tape of Abraham. And I'm like, I don't know what that is, but okay. And so I learned the 68-second process, and I was in love with my husband. It's a long story, but we were friends, and then I fell in love with him, and I'd been trying to make things happen for 2 years. And then after 2 months of just doing the 68-second process, we were together. So more details, just bringing me to where I am or where I was at that point.
Beautiful, beautiful. Was there a decision that you ever made not following your intuition that you regretted?
Yeah, it's interesting thinking about that question. It's not just one instance. There were a lot of times that I did not follow my gut, or I just didn't even think to follow my gut, because it's one of the reasons I created this Overcoming Nice Girl Syndrome program, because there were people in my life growing up that made me feel like, you are not important, you don't matter, don't have an opinion, don't disagree with me, don't contradict me, just stay there and be quiet. And so being quiet and playing it safe it literally made me safe. Just like, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. So I don't even know if I knew how to tune into my intuition back then. But with obviously with a lot of guys I dated, I'm like, oh, should have paid attention to that a lot sooner.
Yeah, exactly. Hook.
Yeah,
Hit the road, Jack. That was a good song.
unfortunately, not very long, but a lot of these guys, we ignore the red flags, because when
Yeah.
you in a relationship, you're like, are you him? Are you him? Maybe you're him. I'm going to hang
Oh,
in there.
yeah. I like the women that show up at the door when the guy comes to meet him on a first date in their wedding dress, right? They're like, oh, this is Mr. Wonderful. I'm sure of it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's scary, but yeah.
Yes, it's scary.
I mean, you want that so bad. So you a lot of times ignore what your gut, when your gut's like, no, no, or you'll dismiss things that where you're disrespected or you're treated badly or even abuse. If there's abuse, you think,
Right.
okay, well, or and a lot of times, because I've learned a lot about narcissistic personality disorder, because I have people like that in my family, where they will love bomb you. And people like us, I'm assuming that most of your audience, they're empaths, they're sensitive, they are intuitive. If you get loved bombed by somebody, it feels great. And you think, oh my God, they love me. This is wonderful. And then they turn around because they just want narcissistic supply from you. And then they change and you go, wait, what happened? And then they gaslight you and you keep waiting for that other person to come back. So you're like, I know they're in there.
Right. And you give them a chance and another chance and another chance because you're the nice girl.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah. And that can be to your detriment. And that's why I think it's so important for women to learn to set boundaries because you can't really hear your intuition or tune into your intuition if you're so busy taking care of everybody else. If you genuinely like to do that, I mean, I like to take care of people. I like being nice. I like being nice. It's not, I'm not saying don't be nice, but you need to have boundaries and you need to be aware of yourself because if you're giving so much of yourself away, you can get depleted. And I like to say you got to fill your own pitcher up or you can't keep pouring into everyone else's cup. But also, you have to pay attention to the kind of relationships that you're in, because if you're with somebody who is being disrespectful, neglectful, abusive in some way, what, regardless of what level, or whether it's mental, emotional, physical, spiritual, emotional, you have to pay attention to that because that takes away from your ability to tune into yourself and hear that guidance and feel what's true for you and to honor it.
Yeah, I think so many people are focused on the outside world, right? On one hand, they miss the signs because they're focusing, let's say, on another person. They're missing and discounting their own feelings.
Mhm.
And then they're second guessing their intuition because maybe they haven't had enough practice trusting or making a decision and it goes well. And they were sure, and they made this choice and it bombed.
Yeah, and then you just don't, then you totally lose faith in yourself. And it's it's something I've learned to do over the years. It's interesting. I've had psychics and astrologers for years going, "You're so psychic." And I'm like, "Really?" And now I'm really learning to trust it because when I follow it and when I share things with people like this is what I feel, they're like, "Oh my God, that's right." And it's really helped with my clients because I can tune into them and more confidently say, "I'm feeling this for you," or "I'm seeing this for you." And trusting it. And if they're like, well, that's not quite right, I'm like, well, maybe let's explore the essence of that. Because I know what, if I'm feeling it, I know it came from a higher source. And so it's got to be true on some level.
Right. And just finding and pinpointing the reference so that they can relate to it. And I've heard people say to me 6 months later, oh, you told me this. Now I understand what you're talking about. So it's just a perspective, perhaps sometimes they don't quite relate to what's going on. And sometimes we're too close to our own shadow or pattern, as Moss had explained it yesterday, is we're in that pattern, so we can't see it. So we have to do something different to break the pattern, right? So what is it that you work with women in breaking that pattern?
Well, it depends on their individual
Okay.
situation. That's why I have to tune into them. We'll hear their story because I incorporate a lot of tapping in what I do. I love tapping. So I will talk to them and hear what's going on with them. And then the intuitive stuff helps me see what they can't. Like you were saying, we can't always see our own stuff. And I think that's why a lot of us go to psychics. Like, I don't know, I can't tell. Let me have someone else who has a higher perspective help me see what I can't see. So that's kind of what I do with my clients. And it depends on where they're stuck. And I may see them stuck someplace that they're not aware of. And sometimes it's a welcome revelation, like, oh, I never knew that. And sometimes it's like, it's something they may not want to see it or admit it, but let's work on it anyway. And so I try to approach it from a gentle way to make it more palatable for them. So it's, yeah, it's like I said, it's an individual thing with each person.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Well, I just want to hit on one thing. We said the word psychic, and we've talked about it in a few other conversations earlier, but I think a lot of people get hung up on that, or, like my own mother would never, can you find another word? Like that's not really, it just, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard for her. And so some people see it as a card reader. And I know there's a lot of people that like the tarot cards or finding out like what's ahead, what's coming for me, where's my success, where's Mr. Wonderful going to show up, or the career, I need a job. So those are the top three, right? But the point of it is it's not outside you. And so there are leaders or healers or psychics that can guide you to your information or drop in a nugget, a reflection. But at the end of the day, it's on an inside job. So there's a lot of different levels. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of different levels of spiritual leaders and teachers and or psychics. Like we're not reading the future, we're creating our future by our vibration and our frequency and our awareness and our thoughts today. I don't know if that resonates with you, but I see the work you do is so much more than what most people see as a psychic. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and I understand the trepidation with that word sometimes, because, and even I
Not in
hesitate.
a bad rap.
Yeah, and because it conjures images of someone who's a charlatan and just
Woo woo.
and too woo. I know Elaine said she didn't embrace her
Yeah.
woo. I embrace my woo. I think I've always been a little woo, but anyway.
Yeah.
I have a
Me
friend
too. Me too.
yes, we're all woo. I have a friend who's an amazing psychic, but he likes to say intuitive. And I like the word intuitive, but I actually have my great grandfather was actually psychic. And I remember my grandmother telling me about him years ago. He predicted the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. And
Wow.
I took a deep dive into him a few years ago and found newspaper articles about him. So they called him a psychic and a prophet. And he was also
Right. A prophet.
yeah, but he was also a scholar too. So it was interesting because he wasn't woo, which is very interesting.
Well, he was tapped into his intuitive guidance, the divine love, guidance, sacred, whatever you want to call it. There's an alignment that happens to all of us, and that our natural abilities just turn on. It's part of us. It's part of our inner GPS.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, I think we all have that ability, and we just have to learn how to tune into it because it's there and it's either supported or encouraged, or you just naturally follow it from a young age, or like many of us, it's cultivated later and acknowledged. It's just like, oh yeah, I have this. And when you learn to follow it, it can serve you in so many ways. And while you were talking, I just wanted to share one quick thing with one of my clients because I think this is really valid, because there's so many women who are looking for love. They want to be with that right partner. And one of my clients years ago came to me after a bad breakup. So we spent a year working on her, just getting her back to herself. And when she was ready to start dating, she was a nice Jewish girl and she was looking for a nice Jewish boy. And she joined J Day and she let people set her up. But we were working on things from the law of attraction standpoint. I was having her focus on how she wanted to feel and finding just an actor that she found attractive. So she had something to kind of latch on to, like, this is kind of what I'm looking for. So she could get into the feeling. That was the most important thing, and focus on how she wanted to feel in this relationship. Because this is what I did with my husband. I used law of attraction with him twice, consciously and then unconsciously, because we broke up and then we got back together. But she was focused on the feeling, and her perfect man showed up and he was Korean. And she was like, oh, it took her a month to wrap her head around, it's not a nice Jewish boy. This is a Korean guy, but this is
What's my mama gonna say?
oh yeah. So there was a part of her that initially she wasn't trusting, but then
Yeah.
ultimately she realized, oh, and I always tell people that just let go of the package. Don't worry about what it looks like, because I think that makes people doubt their intuition as well sometimes too, because it may lead them to something, someone, some place where you think, this isn't what I planned. This isn't what I expected. This isn't what I thought it would look like, but it feels good. So just, you got to focus on the feeling, because that's your intuition guiding and leading you to the perfect place, the perfect person, the perfect situation for you.
I love that. Yeah. Was there a time that you made a decision that you were super happy that you trusted your intuition?
Well, yes, my husband. And let me tell you real quick. So we were friends for years. We worked in the art department together, and that was a very tight group. We're still friends. And he was married when I first met him, and my brain just doesn't let me get attracted to married men. So maybe
Right.
this took a while. But we'd been friends for about 8 years, and we just exchanged hi, how are you voicemails. And he didn't really say anything specific in this voicemail, but I was like, oh, I love him. And it was like the veil was lifted, and I'm like, he's perfect for me. Why did I never see this before? But I didn't want to scare him off because, and I want to ruin our friendship. So I spent 2 years going where he's a producer and he was producing a band at the time, and I'd be at their shows like, hi. And he just wasn't getting it at all. And it was 2 years later when I was frustrated, and our mutual friend Tommy asked me what was going on. I'm like, oh, I'm so frustrated, blah, blah, blah. And all our mutual friends knew about it and they were behind it, but they couldn't do anything overtly either. And that's when he said, I'm going to send you the Abraham tape. So just focusing on that, then we were together 2 months later. But it's weird looking back because that was a hit of intuition and the divine going, hello, that
Are you listening?
I feel like there's so many times in my life when I probably could have followed direction like that, but I followed it so strong and I just went with it. And I'm like, okay, he's the right man for me. And we didn't want the same thing. So we did split up for a little bit, but then I started focusing on how I wanted to feel in a relationship and he came back. And we're so amazingly happy. We're more in love every day. This is better than anything I ever thought I would have. And also, following that intuition led me to a life that's way different because I wanted to get married young. I wanted to marry Leif Garrett. I thought we were going to get married and have 4 kids. And but I didn't get married till I was 42. I'm not having kids and I'm happy about that. I never thought this is what my life would be like, but I'm happier than I ever thought I would be because I followed that. And I believe going back even farther, it was my desire to work for Capitol Records. I wanted to work for a record company, and they're the ones that responded to my resume, and it just everything fell into place. And I was like, this is where I want to be. And years later, my husband was a result of that. And then, him encouraging me to take this direction in my business. Everything just kind of falls into place when you follow this bit of
Absolutely. Yeah.
leads to this bit of intuition. You got to just keep following it and trusting it.
Yeah, it's amazing, miraculously wonderful when we do that. I call it being in the flow, and oftentimes having the courage to take a step when we're so congruent with something. Like, I didn't know why I needed to create this summit. People a year and a half ago told me I needed to speak. I remember Elaine and I having a conversation about a year and a half ago, like, okay, I don't know, do a show, or I'm going to have you on, and I forgot about it. I really forgot about it. And I kept feeling this nudge, like people need to know that they got to trust their intuition. Like it's the key thing in all of our decision making, and how or we do attract abundance and success or not. And so I just kept following the breadcrumbs, right? And I'm so over the moon excited to have you and all the speakers. I feel so humbled.
Oh,
But I'm trusting, and who knows where it's going to go, right? What the seeds we're planting for other minds and for people to take their steps. I mean, I get overwhelmed thinking about how each intuitive step and action that we take, we have no idea the ripples that we're sending into the world.
yeah.
And as a healer, I mean, I'm sure there's been times, because I've been there, that you haven't followed your intuition and you regretted it. Can you tell me a story about what happened and how you felt?
Oh my God. Again, there's so many. Yeah, again, there's
Yeah.
ways that I'm like, oh, like, yeah, oh, but maybe you're him. But this just popped into my head that I left a job at one time to go work for something that I thought was going to be so great for me. It was a spiritual catalog company. And I got there and it was not what I thought it was going to be at all. And I felt so stuck. And I had that pit in my stomach, like, this is so wrong. I got to get out of here. And it was so simple. It was just a job, but I had left another good job to take this. which paid less. It was one of those, I'm going to take the leap of faith and follow my spirituality, but it wasn't for the right reasons.
Yeah, it was your analyzer or your mind trying to tell you that
Yeah.
there's maybe a better job.
Well, I thought it would lead me to a higher level of spirituality or allow me to move forward on that path. And it just wasn't. So I went into it with the best of intentions, but it just, it never felt right. And I wasn't there very long. And then it eventually led me back to
Yeah.
Capital.
Well, isn't that interesting? Because I was reflecting on a number of clients that have done the same thing because we make the decision with our head,
Mhm.
not our heart, and we're out of congruency or out of alignment.
Yeah.
And that feeling, right? You
Yes.
were thinking it would be better, but in essence, it proved not. But the lesson was still valuable. It's not like you were a loser and
No.
or that you know, are a failure. And it just,
Everything is a step on the path to where you're supposed to be. If you keep following it and trusting it, and I used to talk about this in my coaching where I call it continual course correction, where it's like, oh, I went here. Oh, no, that's not right. Let me go back. Okay. And when you think about the fact that airplanes, they're off course 90% of the time. I was fascinated and a little terrified when I heard that. So airplanes are constantly practicing course correction. Like, oh, wait, no, okay. And they get to their destination, but sometimes they veer a little bit, but they just have to keep coming back on course and keeping that end result or that destination in mind.
yeah, that's a great analogy. I love that. Now, I know that our time is short and I'm not Barbara and I don't have 60 minutes with you. I only have 30 minutes. So I know you brought, pardon me, a gift to share with our audience, all the listeners that are sitting at their edge of their seat wondering what this one is. Would you mind sharing that with us?
Not at all. Yeah, it's the self-care boundary quiz. It's on my website, tanamarshall.com. I created this to help women see where they are as far as how much of themselves they're giving away. How much are you doing for everybody else that's detrimental to you? And how much are you giving to yourself? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you prioritizing self-care? So I have this very simple quiz. I think it's really enlightening. And then depending on your responses, you get a customized tapping session. Because like I said, I love tapping. I do it all the time. So if you've got this and you're taking care of yourself and you're feeling confident, there's a tapping session to reinforce that. If you're kind of in the middle, you're kind of confident, but you're still a people pleaser, then there's one that's to kind of reinforce more of the self-care stuff. If you are totally giving yourself away, suffering from the disease to please and kind of lost in trying to please everybody else all the time, there's a tapping session to support you to help increase your confidence, bring that energy back to yourself and make you know that it's okay for you to prioritize yourself over other people, because that's the main thing, in my opinion.
I have to put this in the chat. Disease to please. That is dynamite. Oh my God, that is so great. Thank you for that. I am thrilled that you're sharing that because so many people, even if you're confident today, come on, tomorrow throws you a curveball and you're going to second guess yourself. Or even like myself, after all these years, I sometimes feel like, holy shit, who am I kidding? We all have these moments of having to regroup and step back up into a newer version, a higher level of our confidence. And so it's an ongoing cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, but like I said, it makes you human and people can relate to you more. Because I know that when the people that I follow and look up to, when they admit or I see them struggling a little bit and they share that and they're open about it, I respect them and love them even more because I'm learning from what they're going through. So everybody's learning from what you are going through. And you are amazing, Amira. And I thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. I would have never believed in a million years that I'd be doing something like this. And it's because I put one foot in front of the other. And so thank you. It humbles me so much. I'm so honored to be with you. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your wisdom, your gifts, your experiences. It's rich.
Oh, thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank
Tana.
you for having me. And thank you for sharing yourself and all these women. We all
Yeah.
appreciate it so much.
And everybody go to the chat and click that link and get Tana's wonderful gift. Go ahead and serve yourself, receive that abundance. Yes. Thank you, Tana.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, I think we're going to take a quick break, right? We're going to grab a cup of tea and go for a pee or whatever you want to grab and or do. Take 2 minutes, not 10, 2 minutes, breather, regroup, and we'll come back for our next speaker. Hey, we're back. I feel refreshed. How about you guys? Hope you're as excited as I am for these next speakers coming up. I still was reflecting on how much energy is in the room and the enthusiasm, the excitement, and the power that I'm feeling with the speakers. Thank you, speakers, and everybody chatting away. And it's so wonderful to see all that energy, and helps me a lot, helps the speakers. And it helps everybody else feel and connect with the vibe if they're maybe having an off day. So today and now I want to introduce you to an amazing woman, Therese Skelly. She's a best-selling author of Love-Based Mission and hosting the inspiring Fiercely Brilliant podcast. She combines psychotherapy, business coaching with ninja-like intuition, and she empowers mission-driven clients. As the intuitive business mentor, she serves as a secret superpower for high achievers, catalyzing rapid shifts that activate more impact and income. And Teresa's energy-based approach blends inner transformation with real-world strategies, ensuring that her clients thrive financially, spiritually, mentally, and enjoying running their businesses to make them happy. As she's a sought-after speaker and at business conferences. She lives in Arizona. She has a fabulous cattle dog, Murphy, and she cherishes the close bonds that she creates and has with her two amazing sons, and finding joy in adventures with her partner, Scott. And this newfound source of joy and abundance and excitement. Welcome, Therese.
I'm so
nice.
happy to be here with you, dear. You look
Yeah.
fabulous. You're rocking the pearls. You look great. So
Oh, thank
good.
you.
Glad
I
that
was
you're here.
pulling
honey.
out some treasures from my time in Dubai, feeling the richness and the abundance.
There we go. There we go. As it should be. Nice. Nice.
Non-scarcity. Yeah,
That's right.
welcome. I
Thank
love
you.
that gorgeous tree behind you. That looks like
Yeah.
the tree of abundance.
That's
just
it's
raining down.
for a
Yeah.
reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very,
Oh,
very
well, it looks like
intentional.
your super ninja intuition and mine are kind of co-mingling here. I love
That's
it.
right. Nice.
So, Therese, would you like to please share, how did you get to this point? I know you've been a psychotherapist for a while, and I know it's been a roundabout.
A crazy journey. Yeah. So, I was a psychotherapist for like 20 years, and I loved it. I never, ever, ever thought I would leave. Loved it. Loved it. And part of the, listening to intuition story, and I think this is a really important part. I never thought I would do anything else. And I was going to an intuitive. And one day she said, you're going to do something else. And I was like, what? I'm like, but I love this. I love therapy. I love listening to people's problems. Right. And so I'd go back the next year. She's like, you're going to leave. And I'm like, no, there's nothing else. And so finally, she just kept planting the seeds and planting the seeds. And so I went to life coaching school in 2001. I'm an OG, right?
Yeah. Well, they just started that then, because I started my business in 2000, and there was no
Oh, it's so
word
funny.
life coach. And I remember when they first
Yeah.
started this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went to a networking group, and they said, what are you? I'm a coach. And they said, oh, golf or tennis. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that funny?
Everybody or a sports coach, right?
Right. So I start life coaching. So I'm doing the therapy practice, start life coaching. And then I just got a newsletter back in the day that was like, a newsletter. And the newsletter said business coaches wanted. Now, here's what you have to know. I had a psychology master's degree, or counseling master's degree, and a criminal justice undergrad. I worked in a prison, there was no business experience. Nothing on paper nothing was logical. And for some reason, my hands are on the keyboard and I'm like applying to be a business coach. I didn't even know what a spreadsheet was. Literally, I was the worst person. And yet that was the first time I remember listening and following. I was just obedient, okay, crazy. And all the voices in my head are going, you really?
You're a nutcase. Yeah.
What? And that one decision was just pivotal. So I entered the space of coaching when it was the hardcore bro marketing. I was a marketing strategist, because you can't say words like intuition or God or goddess or feminine energy, right? It was hardcore. So I cut my teeth on the hardcore business coaching. And then in about 2008, I kind of snuck in, I kind of know mindset. I had the psychotherapy. And what was happening, Myra, is that a few years was doing that, and I started knowing stuff that they didn't teach me in therapy school.
Imagine
So
that.
I would be with a client, and I just would be like, what the heck? How do I know they have a curse? What? And what am I supposed to do with it?
You're
And
hearing voices, you nutcase, you.
Yeah. And then they would tell me, and so of course this is happening in split seconds, and I'm with clients and I'm having this dialogue like, me? So it took a lot of years. And for me, the reason I'm so passionate about your topic, your work, is because I think I struggled in the acceptance of the gift of my amazingly crazy, wild, accurate intuition. Because coming from the hardcore, Yeah, that's crazy people stuff. Like we don't,
Yeah.
we're
Let
gonna
me
run
make
them
a
off the
call
stage.
to, the hospital with
Pretty
padded
much.
walls and
Yeah, yeah. And so it took me a lot of extra years to go, oh, and it's funny, strangely, like last year, because I've been doing it, what would happen is my clients would come and they'd say, yeah, I don't need strategy, but my sales aren't working. Can you just pick up your pendulum and tune into why? And I started just working mainly, I always start with energy. And I was doing it for years before I was confident enough to say, I kind of do this stuff in my marketing. It was a really long journey. And I don't want, that's why I'm here. I don't want anybody to have to hide it or deny it or be afraid of it, right?
or
It
make
is
the
the
journey
greatest
longer,
superpower.
or
Oh,
make the journey
girl.
longer than it needs to be. I mean,
Yes.
I
So
mean, if I
long.
knew this, that I could, like, I guess it's a process of what, stepping into our power and
Yeah.
accepting it within
Yes.
ourselves. There
Yeah.
was nobody before us talking about these
Oh,
things. And so
pioneers, girl. Yes.
we're trailblazers. And so the journey was longer. So all you people here listening, you get to shorten the path and make the journey
So
a
much
little
so.
smoother and quicker. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think also it's hard to believe and know that something you've never studied is so true and valuable. And I was so blessed. I have a client, beautiful woman, client friend, one of those that you just love. They become like dear friends. And I was saying, well, Tammy, I never took training in this. I didn't get training in how to be an intuitive. And she said, oh, you came in with it. And I was like, oh, that gave me the context because I didn't trust it for so long, but the understanding that it's already imprinted in me. I just have to say yes to it. That was magical. And then I could just own it and activate it and go boom. But I think what happens is we don't trust. So we're looking, well, I need a certification. And I'm not saying that it's wrong to get additional credentialing at all. But for me, because I didn't have that, I'm like, well, it's not valid because nothing from the outside came in to make this happen. It was all organic, right? So that was for me. That's why it took so long to just own it because I just knew it and I didn't have to work for it, right? I didn't have to earn it.
Well, and I am seeing that more people are all of these many abilities, like just hearing voices or hearing thoughts or not knowing how they know things, and it's starting to spook people, or their dead grandmother shows up and they're like, what? I'm having a whole conversation with grandma.
Yeah.
And so having the permission, because it's been beaten out of so many of us for generations.
Yes.
Maybe we've been burned on the cross, at the stake, pardon me, from a previous lifetime. So there's all these patterns of energy that have repeated themselves. So we're coming into this era of it's coming on.
Yes.
And what do we do about it? So we can watch YouTube videos till, the moon is blue, or you can take some professional training and shorten the path. I mean, or
It's all
working with a mentor coach to
right.
help you get to point B without all the razzmatazz.
It's the self-trust is critical. Like, and I think that's
Absolutely.
one of the biggest is like, how do I know it's my intuition versus the crazy voice? Or how do I know I'm being led the right, and so to me, there is no not trust anymore. Whatever it says. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm sure there was a time where you didn't trust it. Was there a time that you regret not trusting your intuition?
Like your beautiful previous guest Hannah, a lot around relationships and men and like, but I couldn't make it right, in my head.
Change him. I could teach him the secret and the power of
Here was
now.
no, because I'm so special. I'm gonna love you. Like you just understand how much love I will bring to you. Like nobody's loved you. Like, I was just such a nutcase. I was a codependent. It's where it showed up for me in a relationship. So there were so many times when it was screaming at me. The intuition was like, walk, sister, this one is not gonna. And I'd be like, but hold on. And I just would make shit up and I suffered. So most of my the rest of my choices were okay, you know what I mean? But it's just I could not because of the codependency and the relationship challenges I had. And then invariably, or I was actually working in a coaching company when we very, 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 very beginning of my career. And it turned out the woman I was working with just was not a good person. She had changed. And inside, everything was screaming in me. Everything was screaming, going, you got to get out. You got to get out. You got to get out. I was miserable. I didn't feel comfortable being aligned with her company longer. and I wasn't getting out. So guess what happened? She let me go.
Oh, interesting.
Because,
Yeah.
and then I had to kind of go, oh, that's needed to happen a year ago, but I didn't have the courage because I needed the money back in the day, right? And so very often we make a decision on an intuitive level, we don't act on it, and then life will like, okay, you really want to get out, I'll help you. And you know what I mean? So, and it would be far easier if I could have done it. I didn't have the courage back in the day. So that's an example of, again, not listening and stuff gets taken away.
Yeah, Elaine says it in the chat. Either you move the energy or the energy moves
Oh
you
yeah.
along,
Oh yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so true. And you know, gosh darn it, you kick yourself like, why didn't I have the courage to move that?
Yeah.
And you know, maybe it was the lesson you needed to chalk up and go, check, there's another one, you
Exactly.
know, like,
Exactly.
gosh darn it, you know, when am I gonna yeah, I know decisions in my life where I saw the signs, but somehow I only looked at half of them and I refused to admit the other half, the key components
Yeah.
that were deal breakers.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I would make
yeah.
excuses
Oh,
for,
girl. Well, I know for me, what that taught me, and that was like 2008, that leaving that company was like, oh, I think I must have created that. I think before I was living in life is happening to me. All this
right,
stuff is happening. Oh no, I got fired. Oh no, poor me. As
right.
opposed to
Or they're a
wait,
shitty company.
well, they were. I didn't create that. But
You know,
it was the beginning of my like, oh, I sort of secretly wanted that. Maybe I could be more intentional and more, like design it instead of, oh hell.
yeah, well,
Should have thought that
before
through.
people didn't, a lot of people don't even know they can design it.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
Yeah.
create it,
Yeah.
design it, manifest it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it comes back to how do you want to feel in that job, right? What's
And
the
I
perfect job? Oh, I just got to get paid. I got rent to pay. I got
exactly,
a car payment.
exactly. Yeah. Well, for me, it was I just gotten a divorce and oh, this job will save me.
Oh, it was perfect for you.
Hey, women, guess what?
Yeah.
Nothing outside of ourselves is going to save us. And I was in a really vulnerable place. And this person swept in, oh, work from a company, la, 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 la. And then boom, right? And so I'm all about like, let's be sovereign. Let's not expect anything to save us. We can create it. It's kind of my vibe today.
Yeah, and I love that because and more people are embracing that. Like
Yes, we're waking
I
up.
am a creator and I
Yeah.
get to have it my way.
Yes,
You know, and I'm
yes,
not
yes.
hurting anybody or taking anything away
Mhm.
from anybody, but I get to have it my way. Yeah.
It's very
Now,
sweet.
what do you feel has helped you the most in trusting your intuition?
That's such a because it took a lot of years.
Right.
Part of it,
Is making the mistakes sometimes.
well, no,
No?
because now I'm super loyal to it. And
Okay.
I'm so obedient to it, if that makes sense. I don't like that word, but it's unequivocal. Oh, like I'll give you an example. I was like, I really want to go to Joe Dispenza. He's in Florida. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, what? I'm not supposed to go? It's Joe Dispenza. What the hell? And it's like, nope.
Oh yeah, he's another
God damn it.
god.
Why am I not supposed to go? And I go, okay, whatever it is. But I think what started getting really, okay, I use a pendulum, right? And the work I do with people, let's say I'm working with you and you say, I desire to create this. And I'll tune in and I'll say, there's something off. You're not open to it. And I, on one hand, it sounds absolutely crazy, right? And I would tune in, I would get the energy and the information. And I'm like, what happened when you were 12?
Mhm.
Stuff people had never thought of. Like one of my favorite stories. There was a woman who I love this woman here. But energy was so beautiful, and she could not land on her target market. She was in the coaching space, and she was like, "I'm confused," and I'm like, "You're what?" And so I barely knew her. So that's the thing you have to know. If you don't know somebody and you get accuracy, you're like, so I
Well,
tune in.
you're completely neutral.
That was just it. Yeah, I
right,
didn't know
right,
her. I don't know background.
right.
So I tune in and I just said, "What? Okay, weird question as we're growing your business, but what happened in when you were in the womb? What happened? Because that's the origin of this."
Mhm.
And she's like, oh my gosh, I came out fingers first and I just ripped my mother up. And there was story after story of how I hurt my mother and how horrible my entrance in the
Oh,
world
sure.
is. And I'm like, she said, so I learned that when I show up, people get hurt.
Wow.
And that popped for her. And I'm like, well, no wonder you have a hard time finding a target market and creating a business, right? The very next week, she came back, she goes, boom, I got it, boom, boom. And I'm like, shit, there is no part of my conscious brain that could have known that,
I love
right?
that. Yeah.
And so the fact that it's so precise, and I mean, I just sit and go, and sometimes people go, nope, and I'm like, yeah, no, this is not me. This is your energy. So if this is a yes, yeah, we're just going to keep talking because there's something here. And so I learned to be just really steadfast. No, we're going here. Here's where and so more evidence, more miracle stories. I'm just like, I just bow to it now. It's pretty darn magical.
I love the magic. And I know in the business circle, magic isn't probably a word we'd like to throw around, but when you start to live with serendipity and synchronicities, and to
Yes,
me, that's the
yes,
magic, right?
yes.
It's like
It's
it's
delightful.
it's like a God moment. It's a check.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
you're doing good, girl. Things are moving in the right direction. That's what we
yeah,
want. And the
absolutely.
whole angel team is cheering you on because
Mm-hmm,
you're hitting
mm-hmm.
the mark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Following your heart.
Mm, thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
I love that. Now, was there anything about intuition that you wished you would have known sooner?
Well, the different clairs, and that's pretty common knowledge.
Mhm.
But I'm not a visual. I don't see.
I've got a training program for you.
Yeah, I know. But so because some people are like, oh, I see your dead grandmother. And I'm like, so I think I probably minimize, but I just get the knowing, kind of the audio, the knowing, or something. And lately I've started feeling it in my body. I can feel it. But so there's always the like, oh, that's the right way to do it. Oh, those people, well, I guess I can't talk to dead, so I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I'm not a
Yeah,
medium,
it's
you
just
know.
another window that
Exactly. But
you
so I
know that
think
you're
that
stepping through.
the comparison, right? Oh, well, that's so cool that you're doing that, but I don't have it. So how it comes in different ways
Yeah.
and how to trust it. Because on one hand, when it first is coming, but I think it's always with us, always, always. Like, you're gonna I gotta go pick up something at the store. You really should call in case they're closed.
I love that one.
Oh, I'll just drive this. God damn it, they're closed. Right. I think that happened just on tiny little things, not even big things, just like I knew that. I knew that. And so to trust it, just to trust it. And I think also in the beginning, now I understand, the voice of fear, the subconscious, the ego is not the intuition, because intuition isn't going to be like, that's going to suck, your piece of shit. Like, that's not intuition. Like, that's the part of us that wants to keep us safe, small, and stuck. But I think people hear that and they go, oh, I felt fear, so therefore no, it's not your intuition. See what I mean? So pulling out those distinctions.
Yeah, learning to trust that, right? And
Yeah.
well, you hear the excuse, oh, well, I guess I tried, I applied, but I guess God doesn't want me to get that job. It's not in the cards. And people just
Right.
they don't have the heart involved with it, and
Yeah.
take divine action,
Yeah.
take more action, like act like you mean it. The universe will respond when you push forward, right? Like, I mean it.
It's crazy how that works.
Yeah.
And I think, there's like, I'm sure people, the secret gets bad rap because, okay, do you just sit in your living room and pray for your perfect man to come? Well, if he's
No,
the
you've got wallpaper of affirmations, and then you've got your vision boards, and then you've got all that stuff working for you, and then you can sit back and eat bonbons and watch Jerry
Right.
Springer.
Oh God. That sounds like a nightmare to me, watching Jerry Springer,
Yeah, it
but my
does.
personal choice, yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm sorry to interrupt you, it's like you can't just say an affirmation or create a vision board and
Well,
expect things to
the
happen.
intuition is going to inspire you to take an action. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So, and what happens is, so I have this concept. I love this concept I created. It's called the expansion zone, right? And our souls are wired. We're wired with nature. We're wired to expand and grow. So we're given like, go here, try this, call that person. Like, that's how we're wired. We're one with all of life, right? And yet our subconscious mind is wired to keep us safe. And so what you have to navigate is, I'm getting this thing. Oh shit, every part of me is like telling me that I'm going to fail and they're going to think I'm crazy and, don't go. How do you navigate that? right? That's the work I do. Because most people, they're either getting it and then getting like, oh, hold on. Oh my gosh, could I really do it? Is that going to sell? Ugh. And I still have moments of this. I'm launching a new program. I'm like, oh my God, is anybody going to come? Right. And I have to go,
Right.
stop. I'm
Yeah.
not having that. Yep. This is my divine design. I'm supposed to do this. But if you have to understand, when you get the pull of intuition or guidance or a soul nudge, you're going to have the contraction, the safety, the like, go sit down. You don't need to do that. Everybody already knows that. Right. And if you don't know how to navigate that, you're gonna have like I did, like stop, start, or just gonna sit there and eat bonbons with Jerry Springer.
It's a bad picture, isn't it? For sure. Yeah. Well, I love that. And Elaine says, we're wired to expand with our subconscious. Our subconscious is trying to keep us safe. Yeah, I always refer to it as our body wants us to feel
Yeah,
safe.
right. The mind lives in the
Right.
body, right?
And
The part of
the
us.
spirit wants to explore and create
Yeah.
and bringing that spirit and the body close together
Yeah.
energetically is where the magic.
Oof, that's the work. With my clients, it's so easy now. Because in the olden days, when I was a therapist or when I was a baby coach, I used to think I had to solve all the problems and how to know all the things. And recently somebody got and just kind of, they were in a bag of shit. And I'm like, stop, take some breaths, go into your body. What do you know is true? Completely shifts everything because we have to get out of our head. Our head's like, head's all the fear and the past, the history, all the projections of evil.
And nobody's going to like it.
Exactly. Yeah. And we have access, like I go like this, meaning rise above this and just go into, because there is wisdom if you know how to access it. That's the thing. You got to know how to access it. We got to quiet and then listen to you can shift somebody instantly, like what is true right in this minute? What is true?
Yeah.
And then it's our guidance. That could be our North Star. There's a truth I can always access, right? So
right. I call it grounding.
You're grounding, I'm going up.
Well,
however it is, it's just accessing, getting grounded in yourself.
Maybe just semantics,
Yeah.
but the process of coming into that presence is a grounded experience is what I'm
So
trying
good.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going into the body and letting go. Yeah. So I know that you have some incredible gifts that you're sharing. I mean, you've shared your gifts already, but I'm curious what you've got under wraps for us.
Okay, so I'm going to circle back to the expansion zone, and I've renamed it. I did it once. I ran this program called the Expansion Zone Live, and then I renamed it. It's called Unlock Your Business Potential.
Okay.
I just wanted to make it a more of a marketed, grounded, understandable term, right? And I might go back to Expansion Zone Live. But what it is it's 3 days of live training, an hour a day for 3 days. It starts in February. And I'm so excited about this because like when I teach, I'll be teaching and I'm like, hold on, stop. We got to go clear some energy. Boom, right? So day one is about expansion. We're going to talk about the link is opening a page not found. Yikes. We'll have to find a page for you. So the day one is how do you expand? And we hit all the blocks to expanding. We'll do energy clearing. I will do visualizations. You will step into that next level expanded version of yourself, number one. And number two, second day is what is causing the contraction. So I go into all that. I give you some tools for how to understand, like if you're being pulled like, that's scary, how to navigate that. And the third day is just open coaching Q&A. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like an hour a day. It's just super easy, super accessible, and it's very experiential. So it's not just a webinar. I'm like doing it.
And that's key. I think as people participate, I mean, that's where the wisdom, that's where the nuggets and the shifts happen. Because you think that you can do another downloaded class. It's not going to work because you've got to get past the subconscious mind that's just effing you up.
That's it. And it's called Unlock Your Business, but you don't have to be a business. I do.
It's your business,
But I do life coaching with business. Like, you know what I mean? Like so if you're on the call and you don't have a business, but you love this concept of expansion, just come anyway. That's what I'm saying. It's not
only your business. Your life is your business.
you can't take your life out of your business. That's what I'm aware of. So
Or, I
absolutely.
mean, I know we're talking about a tangible brick and mortar or online,
Service-based. I'm talking about service-based business.
or yeah, my life is my business. How committed am
Yeah,
I to making my life
exactly.
work, right?
I love that. I love that. I'm
I
going
know
to
we
start
put a
saying that.
priority to investing in things that are going to bring us
Yeah.
money, right? But investing in yourself that will then redirect you on the path that's perfect for you will bring even more money and abundance in every way. I mean, that's my
There's nothing more important. I'm really talking these days about we're going to grow you alongside your business. Because how dare a mentor say, I don't want to hear that your kid's sick. I don't want to, no. Like you should have a mentor that's like, you bring it all to me because there's no separation. So we're of course we're unified.
Yeah, I mean, really, we can't separate ourselves from our life.
Right.
It's like you're creating it. You're creating every aspect.
Right.
Yeah, so that's wonderful. I really appreciate that. Now, you're so full of guidance and information and wisdom and experience. Was there any nuggets that you'd like to share with our listeners today? One final thought.
Yeah, one final thought. Somebody's praying for you.
Oh, wow.
And what I mean by that, and because what I know is a lot of work that I work with a lot of coaches, healers, like service-based, like we sell ourselves, right? Whatever your service is, and it's easy to devalue that. It's easy to get into the not enoughness or the comparison. And I know that you have gone through everything you went through. You have the unique blueprint, the history, you have all the experience, all the skill set, because you are the answer to somebody's prayer. So literally, if you can think somebody is laying at night, head on the pillow, maybe crying, just maybe, I mean, please, God, please help me, please, somebody. And you're the one, you're going to get out of bed for that. You are going to be like, okay, I'll move past my visibility issues. I'll move past I can't really charge enough. But if you just understand that you are on a soul level, you are contracted, you are an answer to somebody's prayer. Oof, that changes it. That's not just a bit, that's not a transaction. That's I'm it. Like I'm chosen for that. Remember that. That will help you own your value and just know that you know and it's supposed to be.
I love that. I love that. Oh, know and own your value. That's your business. That's your
Yes.
business, darling.
Yes.
Wow, that's powerful. Thank you so much, Therese. I really cherish you, and I'm humbled to be with you and all the good work that you're doing. Thanks so
Thank
much
you.
for
Thank
sharing
you.
your heart.
What a sweet place to be with amazing speakers. So thanks
Oh,
for that, for the time.
You're
Thank
so
you.
welcome. Thanks
Thank you.
again.
Uh-huh.
So everybody go and get that link, download her amazing gift. I think it's in this chat. Or did it scroll up? Oh yeah, the link might be broken. So we're going to make sure that link is dropped again. And for sure on the materials that you get, the link will be there, I promise. Speaking of links, speaking of access to these incredible speakers, I really want to mention and encourage you to join the VIP. As part of a VIP special, you're going to have access to Q&A after our amazing speakers today with me in a private, intimate setting. Additionally, I'm going to share with you my secret that all my students use. It's called Stress Buster. It's an old name, but I started this 24 years ago. So it's an amazing tool. It's an energetic roto-rooter that will help set you into alignment to be able to increase more abundance and attract more of what you want. In addition, you'll have a one-on-one private session with me for 30 minutes. I call it your abundance call. So we'll get to a path and creating a path that works for you in creating more abundance. And you'll be invited to a VIP training, masterclass, live training with me. So go ahead and join the VIP. I think the team is dropping the link for you to access the VIP. And because you are a VIP, very important and very special to me. I want to thank you all again for being here and being graceful in all the chats, the busyness that's going on, all you speakers that are supporting me, holding the energy. I really, really appreciate it. Honestly, it's humbling and it's overwhelming for me, holding this live space as an empath. It's learning a whole new skill, and it is incredibly enriching. But nonetheless, the energy is challenging too. So I say that in a wonderful way. Now, I've joked about channeling Barbara Walters, but I'm excited to introduce you to this incredible woman, Rhonda Britton, are my next guest. And to me, Rhonda Britton is like the next to being Oprah, but she's been introduced by Oprah numerous times. And she's an Emmy Award winning, 4 times best-selling author. As I said, she's a repeat guest on Oprah. She's a TEDx speaker. She's a Huffington Post contributor, and she's a master coach. And she's devoted her life to helping people do one thing, teaching them how to master fear. And I'm terrified. Sort of tongue in cheek. She's created this method for anyone to overcome the insidious fear of not being good enough using this wheel technology she developed to save her own life. And what she teaches is what she's lived. And Marianne Williamson has said that Rhonda Britton has risen from the ashes to genuine catastrophe. And she's seen the deepest, darkest, and found her way along the way. Her path has not been easy by any means, but she's accomplished within herself, and now she helps other people accomplish incredible feats. So I want to welcome you to Miss Rhonda Britton.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited. So much love in the room and so much intuition in the room.
Yeah, Rhonda, and your energy is just incredibly strong, powerful. I adore it, filled with love and commitment. And I know you've had an incredible journey. And
well, thank you very much.
And I know it's like the diamond in the rough that's polished and radiant and sparkling in every aspect and facet of who you are. And I'd like to hear what you'd like to share, how that journey began and how you got to being this incredible, brilliant diamond.
Well, thank you. That's very generous of you. And, it's so interesting, as you say, incredible, brilliant diamond. And it's all of us, right? It's our willingness to embrace our path, whatever that path is. And sometimes our path isn't what we want. Sometimes our path is crawling through the glass. Sometimes our path is, barely, getting our head above water. And that's all of our path. We're so busy trying to run from our path, right? And try to just get into the good feelings. But sometimes the bad feelings actually help us get into the good feelings. They help us shed, let's just put it that way. They help us shed things. So what you're bringing up is the fateful day when I was young. And I grew up in a little tiny town in Upper Michigan, 365 inches of snow a year. That's it. Snow, 2 restaurants, Douglas House, Big Boy restaurant. And my parents had separated, and my father was coming over for Father's Day to take us out to brunch. I was 14 years old. And my father walks in, come on. My mom's like, come on, girls. Everybody's trying to gather around. We had an 800 square foot house, 1 bathroom. And as me and my mother and my father are walking out to get into the car to go to brunch, my 2 sisters are still fighting it out in the bathroom. And as me and my mom and my dad walk out, again, my sister's still fighting in the bathroom. My dad says he's got to get his coat from the car. Now, this coat is a tan and Naugahyde leisure suit coat, if anybody can remember those. And my mother's got her beehive hairdo all puffed up, and it's looking good. And as we walk out, he opens his trunk to get his coat, and I notice he has not grabbed a coat, but he has grabbed a gun, and he starts screaming at my mother, "You made me do this, you made me do this," and he fires. Now, wow. I start screaming, "Dad, what are you doing? Dad, what are you doing?" And he cocks the gun again, points it at me, and I absolutely believe I'm next. He blinks, I blink. He blinks, I blink. It felt like forever. And out of the corner of my eye, I hear see my mother and hear my mother scream, "No, don't." And as my father hears my mother, literally with her last breath, scream, "No, don't," he takes that bullet intended for me and shoots her a second time. And that second bullet goes through my mother's abdomen, out her back, lands in the car horn. And for the next 20 minutes, all I hear is, "Ah." And then my father cocks the gun the third time, goes to his knees, puts the gun to his head and fires.
Oh my
So I
God.
am the sole, I'm the sole witness to my father murdering my mother and committing suicide when I was 14 years old.
You know,
Now, I don't know how,
as you
go ahead.
stepped up, I could feel my stomach just turning. I mean, I was feeling the energy of that. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No, it's just, it's, you know, it's the most horrific thing that's ever happened to me and the greatest gift that's ever happened to me. Right. And I know those two things don't seem to live together, but in actuality, they do. So that moment, I don't know how other people would respond, but I thought it was my fault, right? I didn't grab the gun for my father. I didn't kick his shins. I didn't shove it for my mother. You know, I didn't do anything heroic. So for the next 20 years, on one hand, I was a straight A student, got a scholarship to college. You know, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm good. Good. I'm fine. But on the inside, I was struggling with suicide. I had started drinking at my senior high school party. And I soon found myself becoming an alcoholic. I ended up getting 3 DUIs. I had 3 suicide attempts. I spent a little time in jail with that third DUI. And it was that third suicide attempt. They put me in a psychiatric ward because that's what they do when you try to kill yourself 3 times, because now they are going to find out if you're crazy. And they deemed me uncrazy. Yay me. And they sent me, right, yay me. And they sent me back to my little, like at the time I'd been living in my little tiny studio apartment. And I remember thinking to myself, for the last 20 years, I've gone to therapy. I've done workshops. I've read books. I read my first self-help book when I was 12. Okay. Like I was planning to be a minister by the time I was 13. Like I have been seeped in attempting to change my life. And as I'm there, you know, being dropped off from the psychiatric ward, I realized that no matter what I've done, no matter how hard I've tried, no matter what class I've taken, what book I've read, anything and everything that I've ever done has not changed my life, has not allowed me to let go, has not made me different, has not left my past. And in that moment, I said to myself, I have to start over. I have to start over. And so I thought about what I did in kindergarten. What do you do in kindergarten? And I literally thought that, like, I literally said, I have to start over. What do they do in kindergarten? And what I remembered in kindergarten is they gave you a calendar with gold stars. And so that day I actually went to the store, got a calendar and gold stars. And I came back to my house. And for the next 30 days, I gave myself a gold star for any time I did anything good, anything worth living for, anything that mattered. And I'm talking about the things that I gave myself gold stars for were like, got angry, but didn't break anything, you know, drank, but didn't get drunk. Yay me, you know, like I'm talking about very, very basic shifts in behavior, just awareness of behavior. There was nothing momentous on that, you know, on that calendar, except everything was momentous. Mm-hmm. So after the end of 30 days, I looked at the calendar and I said, I can live.
Wow.
I have something worth living for.
You saw a lot of gold stars.
Yeah, I saw a lot of gold stars. I still have the calendar, by the way. I have it in my office. I still have that calendar to remind me, remind me that it's always that beginner's mind, always that starting over, always that willingness to know that you know nothing. That humility is really what gives you the truth, really what allows you to listen to your intuition, really allows everything to transform. If you believe that you know everything, you're screwed, right? So in that moment when I was willing to start over, that set me on a new path. Now, it wasn't the path I'm on today. It was obviously the beginning of that path, but it wasn't like become a life coach. There were no life coaches. There was nothing like this. There was no therapist, no life coaches, nothing like this. And I was struggling to find my way, but I was at least on my way. And I did a lot of, spiritual work, inner child work, shaman work. I mean, you name it, you name whatever modality there is out there. Trust me, I have done it. Probably have a certificate on some, some way around it, with it. So, it wasn't until I realized that, I'm going to go back for a second. When my parents died, I was not happy with God.
Yeah.
One can imagine, right?
Mm.
And I was planning to be a minister when I was 13. My parents died at 14. I told God, hey, keep my mother alive. I'll be a minister. And then she died. And so I'm like, bets are off, buddy. Bets are off. So in that 20-year period where I was also drinking, committed suicide, all those things, God and I were not talking. I put him over there. I loved him. I never got mad at him in the sense of, screw you, God. No, I never did that. I just felt that his lessons were too big, because the first thing I heard, with the bullets just barely finished, the first words I heard were, I will not give you anything that you cannot go through, right? Yeah, I will never give you anything that you cannot heal. And so being in a relationship with God at this point just felt like I was inviting more trouble into my life, and that somebody else was going to die. So it took me 20 years and a whole bunch of internal work and a whole bunch of willingness and a whole bunch of fighting with God in order for me to come back and surrender to him again. But it was not something I wanted to do, not something I was interested into. I just say, God's a nag. He's a nag. He's a nag. He's a nag. And he was on me. He was on me. He was on me. And one day I'm driving home I went to Agape International Center of Truth. So I'm going to a church, but I can't hear the word God. I did Course in Miracles for a year with Marianne. Couldn't hear the word God. Every time I heard the word God, I wrote universe, light, spirit, something. I can't hear the word God. And I'm driving home from one of my classes from Agape, Reverend Michael Beckwith.
Yeah.
And God is just literally on my back. And it is pouring rain, and I am pissed. Like, why can you just leave me alone? So I pull over on Mulholland Drive up here in Los Angeles, and I pull into a parking lot, happened to be a church parking lot. And me and God had it out. I mean, we had it out. And for probably 45 minutes, if you drove by my SUV at the time, you would have seen it rocking and rolling, because I was having it out with God. And I say this because I think it's super important to know that we are in a live relationship with spirit, with the divine, with our essence, right? We are in a relationship, and we have every right to, share our feelings when we are not happy with something, and not from a place of victimization, but from a place of real, I don't know what to do, because what you ask me to do, somebody's going to get hurt, somebody's going to die, something bad's going to happen. I cannot do it. But that day, after me pushing him away for almost 20 years, I came to the point of realizing that if my sisters had to die, and this isn't just an intellectual thought, because this is the other thing I think we forget. When we're moving through an experience and healing something, it's not just an intellectual exercise. We literally feel it in every cell of our being. So as me and God are fighting it out in the truck, my SUV, I am literally, somatically having like, oh my God, my sisters are going to die. My sisters are going to die. I can't say yes. I can't say yes. I can't say yes. I can't say that. And eventually I get to the point of going, okay, I am willing to allow my sisters to die, because I cannot deny you anymore. And every day for many, many days after, I would be wary. I would check in with my sisters, because I was convinced somebody was going to die, because I was in some way choosing God over them, and in my mind, right? But I couldn't deny it anymore. So it was then when I surrendered back into the Holy Spirit, surrendered back into God, that my life took on a new speed, and took on a new color, and took on a new willingness. And I really did devote my life to thy will be done. So that's the short version.
Well, I was going to ask you, was there any times that you didn't listen to your intuition, but wish you had and regret it?
well, sure. Sure. Of course, I got like, I'll just say, I'm going to say something about that question. So, God, spirit, what universe, whatever you want to call it, intuition. I think of those things all the same, by the way. Your
Yeah, I
intuition
agree.
to me
I
is
agree.
God, right? Spirit is, all that is the same to me. So, sometimes God has to nudge me a few times. And that is not, I do not turn that into I'm not being disciplined, right? Or I'm not being a disciple, or I'm not, devoted. I, on the human plane, have to work through my humanness. And I think sometimes we go into black and white thinking. I'm either listening to God or I'm not.
Mhm.
When in fact, this relationship with this thing called spirit, universe, God, intuition is really a invitation to become more human. So even as we transcend and move into this place of listening to our intuition, listening to source, we are also becoming very human. And I think when we try to negate or turn away from or blame ourselves for our indecision, we're actually forgetting that we are in a process on this human plane to work ourselves out, to become more human, to become more aligned with spirit in this human reality. So when I hear a guidance, and mine is very regular, I think of something that God told me to do 8 years ago. Okay, like literally 8 years ago, God's like, okay, do this. And it was creating these 10, he told me, write these 10 books on the top 10 fears. Okay. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do that. Thanks, God. Yeah, okay. And the way that I work better is I teach a class and then I can write, right? So I taught 10 classes, 10 live classes with I did a bunch of research, found the top 10 fears in this human plane, because they're not the same 10 fears that are 10 fears, but in this human plane, what people believe are the 10 fears. And I taught a class on every single one. Okay. And planned on turning those into ebooks because that was the order, right? The order wasn't teach the classes. The order was do the ebooks. And if you've ever taken a transcript from a class, that is no book. That is no book. That is a bunch of doo-doo, right? That's a bunch of doo-doo.
Yeah.
So now, again, it's been 8 years. Gosh, it might even be 10 years. I have those classes and I don't have the ebooks, but this is what I know to be true. I have been getting an inclination to write a fear book, another fear book. And I got the clear message that those 10 ebooks are meant to be the chapters of my book.
Oh, how cool.
Right? So it's not about, oh, I'm a horrible person because I haven't followed spirit, or, oh, my life would be better if I only did what he told me, or, oh, and again, maybe all those things are true, but that's not helpful in human reality. So how can I embrace where I am on my path, where my resistance is, where my frustration is, where my, oh my God, I can't do it is? Can I embrace that? Can I embrace that? And in the embracing of that, those judgments go away, because the judgments are the problem. It's not the wrestling with God. That's not the problem. It's the judgments of our wrestling with God. It's the judgments of what we think we should be doing, right? Mm-hmm. So now I go, okay, God, thank you so much. Yep. Okay. I see it. Yep. So this is a theme in my life. God tells me to do something, right? He gives me a desire in my heart, or he gives me an idea. And probably your experience is the same. 90% of the time, it doesn't come out the way I thought it would when he gave me the instructions, right? So another great example is when I was an actress when I was younger. I came to Los Angeles to be an actress, to get away, because I thought acting would give me a way to transcend all my crap, right? All my story, all my path. And so I worked very hard at being an actress, and I prayed every day for a series. Please, God, give me a TV series. Please, God, give me a TV series. Please, God, give me a TV series, right? And didn't get a TV series. And in actuality, I started realizing that I don't think I'm meant to be an actress. And I remember going through that
but you are.
deliberation. Actually, no, this is who I really am, right?
Yeah,
This is not
well,
acting,
that's
right?
it.
This is actually who I really am.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so when I was deciding to give up acting, the thing that I said is, I'm tired of playing other people. I want to be who I really am.
Yeah.
And so then fast forward, gosh, how many years? 15 years, 15, 16 years after I quit acting. I have my first book published, Fearless Living. I'm in London on my book tour. And a production company is looking for the first life coach to host and star and change lives on TV.
That's amazing.
They had been auditioning people for 9 months. Every therapist, every life coach in America, in England, in Europe, they auditioned everybody and their brother. And they were about to say, this is impossible. And I walk in, but I'm not afraid of cameras, right? I'm not afraid of lights. I'm not afraid. I'm like, where's my client? Let me do it, right? And within 3 weeks, I'm living in London, right?
Wow.
So that's the thing. It's like so fascinating. You know, we think that our dreams are left by the wayside, but there is a sparkle in that dream that's been left by the wayside. Everything you've ever done has a spark, right? Has a jewel, has something that is leading us to where we're meant to be. And so we throw nothing out, right? Even when we surrender, when we give it up, we don't throw it away, because literally 15 years later, I'm the first person on TV in the world to change lives. And I go, oh, see, God uses our ego for us as well. Because God was, you know, I wanted to be an actress because I wanted to be special. I wanted to be different. All right. I didn't want to be the girl that was the orphan, right? I thought if I could do that, well, God used that in order to help me learn the skills I needed, in order that when I did transcend my fears, and I did get the message to, you know, got this opportunity to be on TV, that I could do it. So my speaking skills, because I was an actress, right? My ability to be on TV and be totally present. So what you think and why you think you're doing what you're doing have nothing to do with the real reason. And all the failures you've ever had have given you fodder to create where you're going, and actually the thing that you are meant to uniquely do for you, nobody else can do, right? So there is no such thing as failure. There is no such thing as not listening really to your intuition per se. You know, of course there is, but but if you take it from a higher place, it's like, okay, I'm wrestling with God in that moment, right? I'm wrestling. And like I said, 8-10 years ago, I got that direction for ebooks, and now I'm writing a book with the 10 chapters of the 10 books.
I love it.
Right? Like nothing got wasted. And this is the key. I didn't spend the last 10 years going, God, why didn't I? God, right? No, beating yourself up is the sin. Never, ever, ever beat yourself up. Ever, ever. And when you can truly transcend that judgment and transcend that beating yourself up, then everything is used for your good. Really.
Powerful. Yeah, and all those skills that you developed in practicing, being in front of a camera, right? Being able to pivot, being able to show up in a different way, and be you. All of that.
That's right. That's right. And when I started teaching my first class, so I'm a life coach, and I get asked to teach a class, and I go, I don't do that. I don't do that. No, I life coach. No, I don't teach. That's different. And one of my clients was the one asking me to go into her company. And I was like, no, I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. Because I thought being a speaker or a teacher was like this. Hi, my name is Rhonda, and here is the board. And, you know, hey, and look over here, 1, 2, 3, right? That's what I thought it was. And my client, again, just like, God, nudge me. So I was like, fine, I'll teach one class, but don't ever ask me again. And so I taught the class. And as I'm up on this, I mean, there's 4 people in the class, by the way. And I'm in this little tiny like room this big, right? And as I'm teaching this class, the flow moved through me so strongly. I was like, oh. So one of the judgments I had to get away from was that I thought a teacher or a coach or a speaker looked a certain way. And it wasn't until I was like, well, this is how I do it. that everything changed for me.
Yeah, you owned it.
I was willing to be me, sloppy, like a noodle, embarrassing.
Oh,
Right,
thank
because
you. I needed to hear that
I'm
today.
like this, right? I'm like this, right? I'm very fluid. And I thought, well, like that's not gonna look professional. The minute I got rid of the word professional, everything changed.
Oh God, that is my biggest gift today. Receiving that, yeah. Trying to be perfect, trying to get it all lined up.
It so stops our flow, and it so stops our glow,
And
right?
it's exhausting, right? At the end of the day, we're trying to measure up to some pictures or perceptions that somebody else gave us, and trying to find out that perfect path for us to follow is the gift.
Well, and you know, it's our humanity. It's our humanity. So I have a little quote that I say of myself. It's my own quote that I repeat on a regular basis. It's the more you embrace your humanity, the more divine your experience. Now, nobody here steal that shit. Okay. That's mine, or God give it to me. Right. So, the more you embrace your humanity, the more divine your experience. And so please, write that down. The more I embrace my humanity, the more divine my experience. So it's not about leaving this world. It's not about meditating yourself out of this world. It's actually about becoming firmly in this world.
Exactly.
Because this is where we're meant to do the work.
I love that. Yeah. Very wonderful. Very wonderful. No, I'm pleased to hear your story, in that all of that tragedy has literally refined that beautiful diamond,
And it didn't stop. When I gave up acting, I also found out I was infertile. So I went through another dark night. In 12 years ago, I went through, when I left starting over, I was on TV for years. And when I got off my second TV show, because I've done three, second TV show, and had a relationship, et cetera, et cetera. And when that relationship ended, I moved into a very deep, dark night about my father that I actually am writing my memoir about right now. I'm 3 chapters away from finishing. And, so we are constantly in relationship with our light and our dark. And so, yes, on the surface, my darkest night was watching my father murder my mother, of course. But the last one, the one that embraced, I had to give up I had to release, I should say, my deep desire to have my own personal children. And then 12 years ago, I had to give up a new layer of who I thought I was. And all that perfectionism, right? All that perfectionism, all that got to be this way, got to do this, got to do the right thing. Because it's coming for you, right? It's going to come for us. If we are surrendered, we are meant to, again, only follow our impulses of who we really are, the impulses of who we really are. But that takes a deep level of trust and definite fearlessness. Mm-hmm. So, I'm not interested in transcending alone. I'm interested in deepening that grounding, as you brought that word up earlier, that grounding, as well as it's one and the same. There's no one or the other.
Yeah, it's an integration.
It is. It's all about integration.
Alignment.
All about alignment.
These are big words that are buzzwords these days.
I know.
I've been on the journey, and doing it is a whole different thing. You can say the word, but you've got to go through the crystallization or the alchemical.
Or the dark night.
Let's call it that. I didn't even know what a dark night was. I was just fucking depressed, for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's better to let's just go past depression and go to the dark night, because depression, again, unless you're clinically depressed, that's different. But if you're going through a depressive state, it's just an invitation into the dark night. Right.
Right.
So we get to do all these things. Like we are so powerful, right? We get to choose this.
And it's a privilege. It's part of the privilege of being a human being.
It is humbling. It is humbling, and not the humbling that we were taught maybe growing up in church. I'm talking about the humbling.
Cover everything up.
The fake humbling. Right. I'm humble. I know. Don't brag about me. No, please brag about me all you want. Right. That's not humbling. Humbling, I mean, humble is really really knowing at your core that you know nothing.
Yeah.
And even in the midst of thinking and doing and, speaking everything, it's, you know nothing. And that's really hard when you're trying to be perfect, because you have to be trying to achieve something, right? You have to try to be doing something. It's also like, one of my pet peeves is when people say, raise your rates. They're not paying you what you're worth. I'm going to solve this problem right now for everybody here.
Okay.
Nobody. There is not a human being on the planet that can pay me what I'm worth. To go through 3 dark nights that lasted years, crawling on the grass, being suicidal, 3 DUIs, going to jail, trying to, no, everything I've been through, every tear I've cried, everything I've crawled, every book I've read, every workshop I've ever attended, no one will ever pay me what I'm worth. And you, and anybody listening, they will never pay you what you're worth. You get to decide what you want to charge, because you're the adult, right? And of course, God will tell you that too, by the way. But do not buy in to the fear that somebody tells you, oh, you got to charge what you're worth. Please know, nobody can ever pay you for every tear you've cried, every pain you've experienced, every heartbreak you've moved through, every single thing you've done. No one can pay for that. So please know, you are literally priceless, and you just get to decide what to charge. So I'm going to say one more thing about this. Some people, I have a friend of mine who's a coach. I have lots of friends of coaches, and I have one coach. She charges $100,000 per year for her clients. That's not me. And I've been famous. Like I could probably do that. Zero desire. My desire is the masses. $10, $50, $100. I want to set more people free. I don't want to help one person get free, even though I know that person's powerful, but that's not my thing. So don't get caught up also in, I should charge more, or no, you follow who you're meant to support, who you're meant to relate to, who you're meant to change. And mine is the masses. Mine is not the $100,000 client. Now yours might be, right? Yours might be, but that's not me. When we just had lunch yesterday, and she's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I have so little, like zero desire. Like, oh, that makes me sick to my stomach. Yuck. I hate the thought of that. No. For me, it's the masses. For me, it's more. For me, it's breaking through as many people as possible. I want to touch as many people as possible, not one person. So again, nobody's going to ever pay you what you're worth, ever. And you decide. God tells you, Spirit tells you who your clients are, and also what to charge, right? So that humility, again, of taking orders rather than getting caught up in the ego, get caught up in the perfectionism, getting caught up in the competition, getting caught up in the judgment, that will always lower your light, But that too is part of your path. That too, struggle is part of your path. So there is never any time you're off the path. Never. You're always on the path. You're never off the path. So the more that you embrace that, the more that you can get the goodness from each and every moment, no matter if you're up, down, sideways, depressed, joyful, abundant or broke. All of it is meant to hone you into who you're meant to be. And sorry, I got a little preachy there, but I feel very passionate about that.
Well, I'm glad you did, and you've brought a wonderful gift to share that will help anchor that. Would you like to share your gift?
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. I have a lovely class that is called Stretch, Risk, or Die. Okay, Stretch, Risk, or Die. Now, what the heck is Stretch, Risk, or Die? I'm going to give you a very brief explanation, because you're going to go and grab this course, and then you'll discover it more in depth yourself. This is actually an exercise that I created with my very first client in 1995. And it is one of my most used and most popular exercises, because it literally removes procrastination. It literally transcends negative self-talk, and it helps you move to the next place on your path, giving you the courage, the tools, the support. So it's called Stretch, Risk, or Die. I think that's all I'm going to say. So if you want to quit beating yourself up and procrastinating, if you want to quit judging yourself, if you want to move further faster in the way that supports you, in the way that you're meant to, then get Stretch, Risk, or Die. And you're going to find it. I think you have the link, fearlessliving.org forward slash risk, fearlessliving.org forward slash risk. And grab that. And you're going to get on my list, of course. And, you know, grab the class, go in and do the class. And if you want to get off my list, then fine and dandy. But you're going to put your name and email in, and you will get access. And it's only 3 15-minute videos, gang. And it has an entire workbook. So please, for the love of God, take advantage of it. And at least give yourself 45 minutes to go through this course. And I promise you, be open to the message and open to the next action that you're meant to take, because there is an action. There is a stretch, risk, or die that you're meant to take.
Absolutely. And the link is in the chat for people to just go ahead and quickly click that link and stretch, risk, or die.
That's right.
Thank you, Rhonda. I'm so honored and feel so blessed to have you join us today. And you truly are an actress, authentic actress.
This is me.
I know that, and I mean it with the authenticity of who you are. You're fully giving us the example of what it's like to truly embody all of who you are, and, you know, stretch, be great.
I mean, we're meant to be alive. We're meant to live. We're meant to be alive, right? So be alive, you know, be alive, be your full passionate self.
Yeah.
And if I could leave you with one message, it would be this: there's nothing wrong with you. It's just fear. 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 And if you're willing to embrace that, then everything can change like that.
I love it. And that's where the magic happens.
That's right. Thank you very much.
Okay, sweetie. Thank you again. And everybody, go ahead and download that beautiful gift for. And oh boy, we're coming to the end. And wow, that's incredible. I'm pulling my energy in from that exciting stretch, risk or die. And I'm delighted and excited to introduce our final guest today, Dr. Holly Donahue. Dr. Donahue is the founder of Cura Naturale Therapeutic Healing Clinic, and she brings 18 years of expertise as a licensed naturopathic doctor. She specializes in personalized natural medicine, and she empowers leaders to boost their energy, reverse aging, and address the root causes of illness. And through a collaborative approach, Dr. Donahue creates customized protocols considering lifestyles, factors for healthier, more balanced, and I'm going to say intuitive life. So thank you, Dr. Holly. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful.
Yeah, it's exciting. It looks like you're outside, are you?
I am not outside. I'm actually at my clinic, but this is the background we put up for now to be at the clinic. So
I love it. I love it. It's so rich and connected to nature, which obviously you're helping everybody do, is get back to the basics. So
that's right.
Dr. Holly, would you mind sharing with us your path? How did you become this natural doctor, and what is it that you focus on?
Yeah, I love this question. So I'm going to make a brief story of it. I was severely depressed when I was 15, 16 years old. And again, I just want to clarify, there's no judgments around doctors and physicians and practitioners. We're all doing the best we can. And like you just heard Rhonda speak, we all have gifts, right? So I just want to throw that on the line there, because I work with all of them every single day, and they know what they know. And though there's so much out of the box thinking that the body actually does, and the mind does, and nature does, and God does, that we're so disempowered in our world when it comes to medicine. So I want to clear that. So what happened with me, being severely depressed, is I went to the doctors. They didn't know what to do. So my mom's like, let's go to the gynecologist. My menstrual cramps were so bad. What was happening is I was working really hard all throughout the week, and I was crashing on weekends to get enough energy to go throughout the day, right? It was horrible. 15, 16, you should be out dating, having fun. I played sports, but I used all my energy that I could find and muster up. And then just really slept and crashed. Went to the gynecologist. What did they want to do? They wanted to put me on the pill. I'm like, I'm not sexually active. I don't need to be on a pill. Like, it didn't make sense to me, right? At a really young age. So muffled through it. Short story, then I ended up, my mom was a mental health therapist. And so she's like, I need you to go see a psychiatrist. And so I said, okay, I'll go see your psychiatrist that all your patients see. And what did they do? They handed me a white piece of paper with Prozac or lithium. I don't even remember what. And I looked at her and I think I was down and depressed and looking down, and I wouldn't look at her in the eye. And I just, the energy just wasn't there. And she said, so are you going to go and get this filled? And I said, no, I'm not. She said, why are you here? And I said, because I love my family dearly. And this is why I'm here, because they're scared. Wasn't suicidal, but they're scared. So I said, I'm trying to find answers. So I thought maybe you could give me answers. I didn't realize you were going to give me a white piece of paper and tell me to go to the drugstore and tell me that a pill was going to heal me. And so I struggled for another 10 years, honestly. And then I came across a naturopath. Many of you know, unfortunately, he's not in our presence anymore, but Dr. James D'Adamo founded the blood type diet. And so I went to see him when I was 25 years old. I've never turned back. I was in the apparel industry before that. I was climbing the ladder quite quickly. He said, people are going to love you. They're going to want to be around you. Your energy is contagious. And I just said, who is this man? Like psychic, right? He's a naturopath. And that's exactly what happened. And then he came to me in my 30s and he said, we need more naturopaths. I said, yeah, no, I'm good. Then 9/11 happened. I got laid off from my job. So I said, okay, it's going to happen quicker. I remember telling my dad, I had just gotten back from living from California. Now I'm back in New Hampshire practicing. And I'll never forget it. My dad was reading his paper. And he said, you're going where? And his paper went down. And I said, I'm going out to Seattle to become a naturopath. And he's like, I just got you home, right? Because he loves us dearly, all of us, in my 30s, and he didn't want us to leave. But that's my journey. And so now I get to step in and empowering people around all the natural, getting to the root cause of illness is key. I realize that this summit is all about intuition, but what I can tell you is if you're struggling in a disease process and your cells aren't happy and your metabolism isn't happy or your sleep isn't off, you may not have the story that I just had, right? Because you're just doing everything you can to survive.
I can attest to that. It happened to me just last year. And I listened to my intuition to find a wonderful naturopath to help me restore my energy.
So
But it
beautiful.
happens.
Yeah. And you get to, all of you on here, like you get to keep searching, you get to keep searching and showing up. I wish all of you had more of your cameras on because I would love to see your smiling faces, and it just like makes our energy so contagious. But the truth is when you figure out what works for you, your blueprint, your lifestyle, your medicine, that's what heals you. You cannot follow somebody else's treatment plan. So just because Sally Sue or Maria or David or Dawn is successful in what they're doing, you get to figure out what you're doing and what works for you, because there is no one eye. I do iridology. There's not one eye, one finger, one body part. There's nothing that's the same. You are somebody special. And I really want people to understand and hear that, because we're taught when we're sick, we go to the hospital, which is the place that you want to stay out of right now. We go to the hospital and we're offered a pill. I can't tell you how many people come in here with 15, 20 pills.
Yeah.
And they just are layering upon layering upon layering, and their cells and their body's actually really dying inside, but they have the desire to live. And guess what they say to me? Dr. Donahue, you're my last resort. Now, when they said that to me, 20 years ago, I wanted to crawl underneath my desk. I'm like, hold on, I'm a new practitioner. But now I'm like, let's go, let's do this.
Right. Yeah, it's incredibly overwhelming, especially in the last few years with everything that we've all faced with, right? And so many of us are conditioned to trust our doctors. And I know that personally, I had been disappointed and had to turn away from the traditional form of medicine because I was being misguided. I wasn't healing myself. It was just a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
And or they threw me away, telling me there was, no cure. Go home and prepare your affairs. So I've been there. And I think a lot of people are, like you said, struggling right now in who do you trust? I mean, how do you listen to your intuition? If your intuition is telling you to go to the doctor because that's all you know, but yet something's not right, or what they're trying to tell you. My cousin I don't know if she's listening right now. She just came positive with COVID, and she went to the doctor, and yet she knows some of those medicines aren't right for her, right? She knows that, but she didn't know where to turn. So help us out. How do we trust our intuition if what we're told is to go to ER or go to the doctor? How do we bypass that?
Yeah, so I want to reflect that back to everyone, and I want you to think about your great-great-grandmother, for example. And I want you to step back into their world and step back into 100 years, because I'm sure you've all read history. The first thing that I want to say, which will answer your question in a moment, is years ago, maybe not, maybe it's 50, 60 years ago, the doctors would come to your house.
My doctor did.
They would come to your house. They would see your external environment. They would evaluate. They would create potions, when I say that, like herbs and nutrition, and, they were really grounded in you. They weren't in a hospital or a setting. So many people that walk into my clinic are like, this is so relaxing, and you're on time, right? So when we think about how it used to be, not that I want people to go backwards, we get to go forward because our time is never coming forward. But if you think about that, or the other piece I like to think about is you look at the animals out in the wilderness, and this is, yes, this is very like stretching here, but do the animals need doctors? They use the power nature of healing. So when you sit with your intuition, and I want to talk a little bit about sleep and intuition today, but when you sit with your intuition, oftentimes the answer is deeper than just going to the doctor. Oftentimes, like, how many of you have had back pain before, right? I just had a patient leave with back pain before I jumped on to speak to all of you amazing people. And it's emotional.
Yeah.
He's now in his 60s. He lost his job in like 50s. He feels like he's not anybody. So between me and a PT, we're walking him through that. Sort of, he's in this Eeyore space. And now that energy has fallen to his back, and his wife wants him to heal quicker, right? So when you ask me that question, do I go to the doctor? Do I not go to the doctor? First of all, I want you to like connect with your inner being and who you are, and where is the symptom coming from? What's the first person people do right now when they have a cold, or they don't feel good, or they spiked a temperature? They pull out these COVID tests.
Oh, I know it. Don't get me.
However, at the end of the day, what is the doctor going to do for you? Yes, they're going to try a testosterone drug that we're working through, a viral drug. I'm not going to name anything because that's not who I am. However, what do patients do? They call me. I use herbs with them. I walk them through a journey of healing. I have them sleep. I have them make soup. I teach them about immune supporting herbs. I ask them if they, have a loved one get you some tea if you can't get into the clinic. I create tinctures for them. I make tinctures for patients. So ask yourself, why am I going to that doctor's appointment? And will I get the answers? And I want everybody to be safe. None of this is to diagnose, treat, cure. I have to say that because I have a license here, right? But I want you to truly, if you're in a medical emergency, certainly. But like everybody's talking about here, connect to who you are. Where is the pain coming from? And is a pill going to give you relief? Start to advocate for yourself. And if you don't know how to advocate for yourself in medicine because you don't earn the language, or how many people come in and they say, my blood pressure is going to be high when you take it. That's okay. When you get to know me, it's not going to be high, but I just need that vital right now. It's okay. I have no judgment. Right? And when people stand up, my first visit's 2.5 hours. I had a patient yesterday, they pretty much did what you just said, go to the doctor, he's in and out of the ER for the last 2 years. He has a heart condition. His blood pressure was 130 over 100. He has heart pain. He decided he wasn't going to take any drugs. And I'm like, no, 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 there's a time and a place for drugs. You get to get back on your metoprolol for now. For now. I don't want you to clot and die. And I'm going to not sleep tonight because I'm really concerned about you. How many people on this live have ever had a doctor say, I'm not going to sleep tonight because I'm going to worry about you? I love my patients.
Yeah.
Because they get to heal. You don't have to be sick. Don't take that message. You don't, God didn't put us on this earth to get locked up and live in four walls and say we're going to heal and be in fear. Like Rhonda just covered fear.
Yeah, and unfortunately around medicine, and we're also programmed, as Moss talked about, we've got patterns and belief systems that are cracking and breaking, and we're being shown there are other options out there. And that's why I really wanted your voice to be heard. And the message you have, Dr. Holly, is because people need to trust that little inner voice and find other alternatives to guide them when they might not have the medical expertise like you have.
Exactly. And if I can pivot, I want to ask, how many of you are struggling with sleep right now? How many of you have insomnia? You can't fall asleep.
Just go ahead and type me in the chat.
Yeah.
If that's me where you're struggling with sleep. Here we go.
Are you consistently getting a good night's sleep every night?
Right.
Because sleep alone can have so much devastation to the body. When you sleep, your brain detoxifies. I'm not talking go on a detox. I'm not against those, but so many people want to go on a detox to lose weight. Please don't do that. Because I don't know that your adrenals are strong enough. I don't know that your kidneys are strong enough. I don't know that your blood sugar is balanced enough.
Right.
But when we talk about sleep, it's like night after night, you toss and turn and you can't relax because your brain races. What is it racing on everything that we're talking about here? I don't own a TV. I don't want to know what they're saying on TV. I want to know what I'm saying in here. Because I certainly did not become a naturopath to make it easy, right? It's not easy with patients, but I love it. Find something you love. Do you go to bed at night? You wake up exhausted in the morning. If you're exhausted and you're lacking sleep, you can lack your intuition.
Well, if you get screwed up, right? You're not listening, you're not sleeping, you're going for the easy, I don't know, can of soup, and you're not getting the exercise that we talked about. You're not spending quiet time. You're not listening to your inner heart and knowing that there's a better way.
That's right.
Maybe you even have experts that need to change and find one that you can trust.
That's right. And one of the things that off of that is so important is if you're stressed, how many people know what cortisol does to your body? How many people are walking around in like high cortisol levels and have no idea when it's just easily a swab that you can look at and be like, your diurnal cortisol rhythms are off, which means you should have a normal level. I don't want to say heightened, but your cortisol is higher in the morning when you get up. I don't care how many patients are down here when I test them down here so you can see me. It should be up here. It does a diurnal curve. It comes right back around. Then it does like a little mountain from 2 to 4 p.m. and then it falls up and it says, okay. Then your brain kicks in, your pineal gland kicks in and says, okay, here's some melatonin. It's time to go to sleep. Like that's the natural rhythm. But we're living in such a stress society. Cortisol is constantly affecting your sleep because maybe you're not showing up for yourself. Maybe you're not living the life that you want to live. Maybe like I just did I have a membership called Pocket Doc, and I just did a Pocket Doc this morning. How do you show up when things are hard? My dad's in palliative care right now. I'm not asking anybody to feel bad for me, but that's hard. You know what I mean? So what do? I go back to my basics. I make sure I sleep. Because if I don't sleep, my body has reduced resilience inside. It can't cope with stress. I can't digest. I didn't want to food prep on Sunday, but I was like, you got to food prep, because if you don't food prep and set boundaries for yourself, you're going to go down a slippery slope. You get to show up for your family. You can have heightened negative emotions if you don't sleep. Like, there's so many layers, but we're just like, what do we do? Like, my audience is leaders and high performers. And I say, like, what do you guys do when you get super busy? You start to cut out sleep. You start to cut out exercise. You just grab food. You eat one meal a day. Your
You
blood
drive
sugar
through.
becomes imbalanced.
You
You
drive
push through.
Yeah.
Yeah, drive-throughs. See, I don't even know that messaging in my head because I don't ever do drive-throughs. But
I don't either. I make
or
everything
Uber
from scratch.
Dash or I don't know what it's called. Something like that. Like
DoorDash.
DoorDash. I guess I put Uber and Door together. Uber Eats and DoorDash, I guess,
Yeah.
you know?
Exactly.
You end up having this like anxiety and worry when you don't sleep. You can get sad and depressed. That's the negative piece. But the positive emotions, you lose your happiness and joy. When you lose your happiness and joy, how can you go into your gut and say to yourself, like, what is my gut saying?
So
What do
speaking of that,
Yeah.
Janet says that she thinks she has sleep apnea, but what's the cause of that sleep apnea, huh, Dr. Holly?
Yeah, so I
wanna get to the
encourage you
root
to
of it.
start advocating for yourself, and I would look, everybody has sleep apnea now, right? It's a diagnosis that gets diagnosed quite a bit. I would look at your nutrition. I would look at how are your pillows elevated? Again, I have no judgment, but if somebody has a larger neck and is overweight, how are they sleeping? Is your neck aligned? Go to the chiropractor. Like, do you have a balanced neck? Is your back aligned? How are you sleeping on your bed? Are you getting in the right nutrition every single day? So these are all the pieces that I walk through. And well, I can't prescribe a sleep apnea machine, but before I refer anybody to a neurologist, I think about hyperbaric chambers, getting more oxygen in the body, and you may not be showing hypoxic, meaning like below 95 when we're looking at oxygen sat. So I won't get into medical, but really like knowing who you are. When you go to bed at night, do you have an abdomen that pushes up into your breast area, that pushes up, that like kind of crunches your trachea so you can't breathe well? Like, I would look at all of those pieces before I would look at having to tug a sleep apnea machine around every day.
Yeah. And that's the key, I think, is there's the nutrition, your mattress, what's going on in your life, what's the stress level at? Yeah, how are you taking care of yourself? And a lot of us have turned that off and we just go into default. And so, oh, well, I'll go on YouTube and find out, how to whatever. But we need a coach, we need a mentor, we need the guidance to show us. Sometimes we just can't see it or hear it.
I'm smiling because the gentleman that I saw last night, that I was referring to, he was YouTubing what supplements to take because he didn't trust the medical system.
Right.
I'm saying this with tears in my eyes, but please don't do that. And please don't just start taking pharmaceutical grade supplements just because you think they'll heal. You can actually hurt yourself. It's a problem out there right now. People are getting access to full script and their friends and pharmaceutical grade supplements, and you can buy them anywhere. And, like he said, well, if it's more expensive, it's better, right? Well, first of all, not necessarily. You want to know where the raw materials are, but secondly, you want to know, do you really need that?
Yeah, for sure. You could just be peeing it out. Years ago, I dated this guy in Southern California, and he worked for a new, I think it's a re-engineering lab where they take, let's say if you've got ABC nutrition supplement and you want to create the Dr. Holly version. So you want to re-engineer what that other product is. He said most of the products they tested, they had less than 50% of what they said they had in the label.
Yeah.
So you cannot trust what's on the label because there's no monitoring agency.
That's right. If you're working with, like this is kind of a rabbit hole, but I'm pretty particular what companies that I work with. And I know they have what we call third-party testing. And I know they'll pull the supplement off the line if it doesn't test or the raw materials aren't quality. Like we had to be careful with green tea 10 years ago. Everybody's saying, like, look at green tea. I said, look at organic, look at fair trade certified. At least I know there could be two organizations looking at it.
Right.
Supplements aren't regulated in the US. Please do not buy your supplements at CVS, Rite Aid, Walmart. I don't know what. I can't name them all, but no, and same thing with your food. Let's flip to food because I know somebody said, look at nutrition. So oftentimes what happens in my naturopathic visits when I'm really going deep with a patient is unfortunately their supplements are up here and their nutrition is down here because they were never taught about the value of nutrition unless of course you're on here and you have done the work. Congratulations, love it. And then what should begin to happen is this happens.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't always happen, and you know why? Because people don't do the work when they leave here.
Mm-hmm.
So now I say to patients, if you're not, like, when we bring them on board as a new patient, I'm super busy. I say to patients, if you don't want to change your nutrition, with love, I'm not the right practitioner for you. If you don't want to change your lifestyle, you don't want to change your mindset, you don't want to change who you are. Like, I'm not asking you to change who you are, but you got to this dis-ease state because of what you're doing and who you're being.
Yeah, you've got
And
to
if you don't want to do that work, I can't see you as a practitioner. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's in alignment with what you're saying. It's like if you're not willing to do the work, then you're not willing to do the work. Go somewhere else. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I got redirected here. Yeah. So in terms of your own profession and the work you do and working with people, is there any place or time where you felt listening to your intuition you've made the best choice?
Every
And
single
what would
day with
be?
patients. Every single day with patients.
I love that.
So I'm a human design, a generator, and part of my human design is listening to the gut and the gut instinct.
Yeah.
And so to me, my gut instinct is my inner gut, my inner intuition. And personally, if I don't listen to it, I just, I'm very spiritual, grounded in God, and God created our world. And if I just really get stuck in circumstances, I'm just like, God, I know there's an answer. Like, just guide me, if I don't use my intuition, or if I'm feeling like a struggle or a lack or something, or if I can't get an answer, with a patient. When I'm working with a patient, I'm doing a deep dive, and that is a human being in front of me. Like, you are a human being when I work with you. You're not just
Number on a chart.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why my first visits are, 2.5 hours long. And most patients are like, I haven't had this sort of length in it. So as I'm going through like iridology and the pulsing and looking at the patterns on the labs from, I don't love functional medicine, but like that's what they call it, or alternative, however you guys relate, so you can hear what I'm saying. I'm really listening and hearing the patient and using my intuition, when I'm guiding the patient on what makes sense.
Right.
And even when I create the protocol, the herbs that I use, I think about the herbs in nature and how is this patient showing up? Like pulsatilla, you kind of waving in the wind, or like I really think about how the herbs work in our environment and I match it to the patient. And that's a gift that I've created. And it's intuitive, but it's also being connected to earth and connected into my ways of being.
Valuable. Now, Dr. Holly, you talk about when patients come to you, we're here online and we're not all in New Hampshire. Is there a way that you can work with people online?
Absolutely. I don't call myself a doctor online. I step into sort of the health coach role, and what I do is I help advocate and I help support you, and making some suggestions. I can evaluate your labs. I can even have labs sent to you and I evaluate them. I just can't diagnose and treat online. So one of the reasons I stepped online, and I love this question, is because it's 1-to-1 or 1-to-many, right? So I know there's some people on here that follow me quite frequently. I do lives consistently. I show up, I do summits myself. I have a summit coming up. And I don't care how I have to treat you, and I'm saying that with love. You get to be treated like a human being, and you get to walk on your wellness journey, because your wellness journey is yours. You know, I have a step-in membership like I talked about, which is Pocket Doc. Some people love because maybe it's more affordable. They get messages from me a couple times a week, but they're really truth and inner messages of what I'm seeing at the clinic or what I'm seeing in diagnoses and in medicine. And then I show up live for them once a month where they get to ask me questions. I do a kind of a teaching or a master class or whatever word you want to use. And then they get to ask questions. And then I do have, you know, group wellness connection program, which people actually love and, you know, step into and do their healing together. Because in community, you know, if any of you have watched the Blue Zones, one of the things about individuals living to be 100, right, is they have community. They don't think about retirement. Like anyway, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. They don't
Yeah,
think
we
of
could
those
talk
things.
for hours, Dr. Holly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you came bearing gifts, and you've got a lot of different options for people, but they can get started with your opt-in.
Yeah, so my offer is around sleep because so many people are struggling with sleep right now. I didn't even get into talking about a bedtime ritual, but you know, it's so important to, in order to calm your mind and get into a meditative connected state before you go to bed and get into an REM state with sleep. I'm offering a sleep freebie, and that is going to take you down a way that you can actually do a step-by-step setup into maybe some things to look about. Is it the temperature in your room? Is it the color of your walls? Is it what are you eating before you go to bed? Like, are you eating sugary foods or alcohol and think you're going to sleep deeply? No, you're not, unfortunately. And alcohol does not help you sleep. So if somebody feels that way, there's something else going on. So that sleep freebie will take you down ways of thinking, and it's super simple. And then if you're wanting to take it one step further, I have a Sleep Healthy, Be Healthy program that you can step into. That's just 5 steps to really hone in on your sleeping, things that you haven't even thought about, you know, because when you sleep, you wake up in your ways of being, and then you can be so much more intuitive and really connected to who you are. When you're not sleeping, you're in survival mode the next day.
Right. You can't, when you don't get your sleep. I know I'm cranky. I'm a real cranky bitch. But no, that's one of my priorities is sleep, and 8 hours or more. And so yeah, I encourage you guys to download that. That's an incredible gift that Dr. Holly has. And Dr. Holly, if you have any words of wisdom to share with our listeners today regarding, I mean, it's a massive topic, I know, and 30 minutes doesn't really give us a lot of time to explore it, but what's your final words to share with people here listening?
Really to what I was saying, like really think about the health that you're thinking about stepping into. Interview the practitioners you're asking them to walk you through your healing. Really feel connected to them, because if they're going to do deep work with if they're going to do deep work with you, you want to have trust. You want to have trust. And so know that there's no one way of healing. There is no one way of healing. Not one patient that I have worked with has ever healed the same exact way.
Now there's no cookie cutter.
No, that's why I talk about customize your own blueprint. Like, who's ready to have their own plan that works for them? 100%, because none of your genetics are the same. The other word of wisdom that I want to like really help reverberate out there is health is not difficult when you follow the 7 pillars of health, which is nutrition, sleep, exercise, spirituality, emotions, and then the gut and the brain. Like, those are simplified systems that you can start right now. Are you eating enough protein? Really go back to the basics, but know that there's nothing wrong with you. Yes, you might have an imbalance, but you can treat that. You can walk on that journey. I don't want anyone to ever give up when it comes to health. because God put you on this earth, and who makes a decision when you rise? Unless it's a catastrophic, God forbid, event, He does.
Yeah.
He wants us to live our best life.
Yeah.
He wants you to be abundant financially, emotionally, physically. So don't ever give up. Keep searching for answers and keep advocating for yourself and keep asking questions. I don't care if doctors get irritated with you. Let them get irritated. They're not the right doctor for you.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Wow,
get to
Dr.
resonate
Holly.
with your care.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much for those,
Welcome.
go get them, inspiration and take charge of your own life. And don't rely on the programmed belief that your doctor has all the answers for you. So it's not true.
Exactly. It's totally, and don't watch TV commercials and go to your doctor and say, I need this drug.
Or I need this
The
little
only
pill.
2 countries prescribe that drugs are advertised on TV, New Zealand and here. And a friend of ours was just here from New Zealand, and she's like, I cannot believe how many drug ads you have on TV.
Right.
I see this at my parents' house because you heard me say I don't have a TV, but when I walk in, I'm like, you need to shut that off.
Yeah.
You need to shut that off.
Yeah. Because
And
it's
the
programming you.
That's right. And the message is that, like, I was just in the hospital with my mom getting tests on Monday, and I was just shocked at the messages on how they're telling you to eat, what they're telling you to eat.
Yeah.
If you can't, this is my last word, if you can't understand the label and it's not like a food source that you know of, don't eat it.
Don't fucking buy it.
Don't buy it. Don't eat it. Don't
Yeah.
buy it. Know what you're putting in your body.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Well,
whole
that's a
food.
great point. Those cookies and those, yeah, okay. So
Make your own cookies. Not that hard.
Yeah, exactly. Go
Stop
back to
making
basics.
nutrition hard, because nutrition is your medicine. Herbs are your medicine.
Yeah. So, hey, Dr. Holly, thank you so much. You're a kick in the pants. I love it. I love the encouragement that you're sharing with us. And everybody, go ahead and download that book, ebook, opt-in
Yeah.
training for sleep
Yeah.
from Dr. Holly. So go do that right now. Thanks, Dr. Holly, for being
Thank
here.
you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And I'm sending you all like love, healing, and joy. And you can heal anything. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Yes, that's right. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, everybody, that was a wrap. And I'm super excited to join the Q&A with the VIPs. So I'm not sure if my team has the list. That's the next thing. If you're a VIP, we're going to invite you into the Q&A. And for everybody else, I just want to thank you. Thank you so much for being so patient and giving me grace here and doing this live event where we have a lot of moving parts, and we're not a TV crew here. We're doing our best. We're doing amazing work. And thank you, team. Thank you for all your perseverance and patience and exceptional response. So yeah, there's been so many gifts that you will all have access to by just being here. And I really want to thank all the speakers for sharing their incredible work and gifts with you. So you will be receiving emails and access to all of those gifts. They'll be available for 48 hours, okay? After that, I know there's been some incredible information that you might want to re-listen to. That will be available to you for unlimited access if you're a VIP. If you're not a VIP, well, you won't. Now, for the VIPs, you'll also have a one-on-one session with me for 30 minutes. You'll also receive access to my favorite tool, the quantum energy tool, Stress Buster. You'll also be invited to private training with me following next week. And you also get this Q&A. So if that's you, you can, if there's a link there, thank you, team. You can just go ahead and purchase that, and we'll give you a few minutes, and then we'll go into Q&A on that private, intimate setting. So thanks again for you VIPs. I'll see you in the next breakout room, and stay right here. We'll be moving you over. And for the rest of you, thanks again. Maybe I'll see you on the next summit. Blessings to you.
Can you stop the streaming, please? Thank you.
Yes. Stop the streaming.